Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to the conference at the final event for the Cowork4YOUTH project. We're all very excited to have you here and present what we've been able to do these past few years. And without further ado, let's get started. Do we have Ms. Giasirani online? So Ms. Giasirani is the Deputy Governor of the region of the South Aegean. And Ms. Giasirani, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the Deputy Governor in Public Health and Social Affairs in the region of South Aegean. And on behalf of the Governor of the South Aegean region, Giorgos Hadjimarkos, which is attending and participating to another Congress these days of the UN for the, let me see, the climate action in Dubai. I have, the pleasure to be with you. The interest of the region of South Aegean in this project is not only because one of the partners is from roads, but more importantly, because of its concerns with employment and tourist issues. Through this flagship tourism sector, the region of South Aegean has achieved great development during this administration's tenure, and it has also proven to be remarkably resilient to the successive crises of the past few years. The most significant indicators are the region of South Aegean during 2021 achieved 16.7% growth, the highest in Europe, literally during the health crisis of COVID pandemic. We succeeded the highest decrease in the unemployment percentage in Europe, bringing it down to 6.1. The region of South Aegean's significant intervention considered to the free of charge training hygiene protocols to more than 33,000 employees in tourism. We are the only region in Greece with a significant increase of permanent residents, reaching up to 5.1, linked with a stable development, employment, and income. In the region of South Aegean, we have a basic principle. We don't wait for the future to come. We co-shape the future. In an area where 97% of the domestic product is linked to tourism, we proactively create the tourism of tomorrow in sustainable terms. We collaborate with the world-leading tour agent TUI in designing and implementing an aspiring pilot program, Roads Co-Lab. It's a stable destination aiming to transform roads in the first worldwide sustainable tourism destination. With an holistic approach affecting all the value chain of tourism, this project constitutes a vote of confidence by TUI, provided to an area chosen among hundreds of destinations operated by TUI. But past successes aside, there is always room for improvement and learning. I'm sure that the findings and policy recommendations of this research program will provide valuable insight into how to future-proof our society against future challenges. Thank you all again, and I'm looking forward to listen to the presentations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giasirani, and thank you for your presence here and your interest. Next, Mr. Professor Antonios Rovolis, who is the director of the UEHR. which is the lead partner of our project.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Institute of Urban Environment and Human Resources, thank you for joining us today. My name is Antonis Rovolis. I'm a professor of economics at Pantheon University, and I'm currently the director of the Institute of Urban Environment and Human Resources, which is the leading partner in this consortium. A few words about the institute. The institute was founded in 1995, and it's a university research institute affiliated with at Pantheon University of Political and Social Sciences. The institute has an uninterrupted scientific presence in publishing scientific journals, in papers in scientific journals, and there is an ongoing publication of activity of books intended for university teaching in more than 16 departments of Greek universities. The Institute has three main areas of activity. The first is the environment and the economy, the second one is urban space, and the third is human resources. I won't bore you to death. I'll just mention some of the current projects of the Institute. There is some projects live. Life Climate Tree is one of them, which is the development of a novel methodology and innovative tool for the quantification of carbon storage in permanent tree crops. I know nothing about this, so I'm reading this. The other one is Life Geocarbon. It's about establishing processes and data mining for permitting the future realization of carbon farming. Another life is Life Oliver, which is a development on a financial incentive system based of exchange in the voluntary carbon credit market of emission credits. And these are mainly the projects about environmental economics. And there are other projects, I'm more involved with these projects, like the roadmap of the transition of the Western Macedonia region to post-lignite era, which was a project in which we calculate regional multipliers and stuff like that. And there is also a follow-up project of the previous one, which was funded by WWF. This one is a Horizon BioReg, which is a project enabling the systematic transition of greenhouse gas-intensive regions through concrete and actionable measures to become bioeconomy model regions. As you can see, most of these projects are on environment or environmental economics. This project is on the last area of activity of the Institute, which is labor markets. And I think it's a very significant project. Thank you all for the patience. I'll try to be mercifully short, and I wish you a very good conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. Next up, we have an introduction to the EEA Norway grants. I will just give you, before I introduce our speakers, I'll give you a short explanation for those to whom it's not very clear about what the EEA Norway grants is, what the FO is, and what the FMO is. So the EEA is the European Economic Area, which includes Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and in the framework of these countries' agreement with the European Union, they provide certain funds, and they have set up the FMO, which is the financial mechanism. So that is the people who provide the funds for these projects. The FO is the fund operator. There are different fund operators for the different funds under this financial mechanism. And they are the ones with whom we speak directly as a project. Ms. Tzika, we have Ms. Tzika here, who is the head of the national focal point of the FMO in Greece.
Good morning. Thank you very much. First, I would like to warmly thank you about the invitation to be here today, Mr. Avdikos and his colleagues, and learn about the exciting Cowork4YOUTH project. My name is Ioanna, and I'm the head of the national focal point of Greece, as you heard, for the EA grants. But what is AA grants? The AA grants is a financial mechanism representing the contribution of Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. The grants have two goals: to contribute to a more equal Europe, both socially and economically, and to strengthen the relations between Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway, and the 14 beneficiary states in Europe, leading to a more prosperous Europe. The grants are allocated in 14 countries in Europe, and these are Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Cyprus, Estonia, Greece, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. The decision-making body is the Financial Mechanism Committee, composed of representatives of the foreign ministries of Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. For the current programming period, they have allocated a total of 2.8 billion euros, and Greece will benefit from the total funding amount of $116 million. The donor countries and Greece have signed the Memorandum of Understanding in 2017, and thus agreed to 9 programs, further to formal negotiation based on national needs and priorities in regard to the scope of these funds. The programs, as provided in this MOU, are in the thematic areas of innovation, business, development, and SMEs, Roma inclusion and empowerment, local development and poverty reduction, water management, renewable energy efficiency, good governance, asylum and migration, and particularly capacity building of national asylum and migration management systems, asylum and migration, but for addressing urgent needs for the reception and screening of asylum seekers, and civil society. Out of these programs, 5 are managed by NFP and 4 directly for FMO. This is also a provision for a fund of bilateral relationship. This shall contribute to initiative across sectors with the objective of strengthening the bilateral relationships. Greece is a part of this large family for almost 30 years. In 2024, will mark 30 years of strong cooperation. For decades, the EA grants have united us with a shared mission, building a green, democratic, and inclusive Europe. From small-scale community projects to transformative national initiatives, we have worked together to make a difference. But behind every grant, every success, lies a story waiting to be told. And we're here today to learn about your successful story. Thank you very much once more for your kind invitation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tzika. Next on the program, Gianluca was not able to be with us, sadly, but we have Francesca Bombarda here on behalf of the FO.
Well, good morning, everyone. I decided to start this very short presentation with this picture. It was a few years ago already, and you can imagine that the second call of the Fund for Youth Employment was not even there, but it was one of the first times we started to talk about the family, a community, and that's why I'm so happy to be here today to talk about the importance of these projects. This said, I'm not a financial expert, I'm not a scientist or a researcher, but I'm just a communication expert, and I will try to give you a general overview about the regional funds. This is more or less the geographical area, and we are all here. The point is that all those countries, through these funds, helped us in finding innovative solutions to the so-called common challenges. And I'm sure that also this project as a group of countries started from understanding some real problems shared by, I would say, not so very different countries. It's not working. Oh, okay. Well, these are just some numbers. Because as fund operator, we are managing both the Fund for Youth Employment and the Fund for Regional Cooperation. I wanted to show you, sorry, it takes a bit. It's going automatically. I do not know why. Okay, maybe I will find it. No, well. I'm not touching. Sorry. Well, okay, I can speak from there. It's not a problem. The importance is that you see the slides. I just wanted to show you. I can go with this one, right? Okay. It's missing. Well, it's not a problem. Well, talking again about countries, since we are here in Greece, look at the numbers. Or, for example, look at the numbers about Spain and Italy. Of course, we should include also other countries for this project. But as I was saying before, for sure, there has been some common challenges that pushed you to think about, to give life to these kinds of projects. If we have to judge ourselves as fund operator, but especially as a group of projects, what we can say, we didn't find real big issues in terms of implementations. Of course, we had been through some challenges, especially as being a communication expert, I'm talking about the pandemic. But we managed to go on with our activities to the point that we reached really good results. And the most important thing to say is that those projects, as said, as a family, are really producing real impact. Okay, so how can you trust me? I think this is self-explanatory. Look at these numbers. The last one is related to the regional Fund for Regional Cooperation. I'm not talking too much about that because it's a different one. The first four are the numbers related to the indicators reached with the Fund for Youth Employment. And please note that these are the 2022 data. The 2023 will be soon available, but I'm sure that we will find some good improvements. Again, well, alongside the results, we have a lot of best practices, and I'm very happy to talk about one of the most important ones today. We have good practices in terms of advocacy and lobbying, awards, and especially in terms of cross-project collaborations. Since we have been experiencing a very natural propension of the project to network together and creating new activities together. One of the most important, as I was saying, is the collaboration between Cowork4YOUTH and UEHR, but we will talk it later about it. Well, in any case, we have been facing some challenges, but we believe that we succeeded. And as this picture is showing shortly, okay, we have been very happy and very proud during our last annual seminar to hear that the regional funds within all the programs of the EEA Norway grants are among the best in terms of implementation and results. Very shortly, some words about our baby, as we like to call it, the Regional Funds Online magazine. Until April 2023, we had two separate magazines, one for the Fund for Youth Employment and one for the Fund for Regional Cooperation. Now we have just one edition. Why? Because also us internally, we have been facing some challenges. One of the most important was that we recognized a weak knowledge of our best practices within the channels of EEA and Norway grants, especially among the national focal points or the embassies. Here came the idea to have a unique product. Okay, well, I just wanted to show something, but in any case, we believe that we succeeded also in that case, reaching good results, not only because our content is able to reach external contributors, but especially because if you scroll down our pages, they are really full of real human stories and voices coming from the beneficiaries. And this is very important because through them, those projects can really demonstrate what they are doing, the real actions that they are creating. Some pictures, and very briefly, special mention about our special editions because they were very important. One last year for the European Year of Youth, okay. It was really full of the voices from the beneficiaries, and the one of this year, which was very important for us because alongside the voices of the projects, we managed to involve different organizations, starting from the European Commission and particularly the DG Employment. Again, we believe that we have reached good results, and the slides I wanted to show you are just some of the reasons why we like to call us as a family. We grew up together in this, and we demonstrated that communication is important, funding is important, but also we have a relevant human side to consider, which is demonstrated by the very good relationship we have with the majority of the projects. Please don't ask me about the future because we do not know. Of course, we are trying to work in terms of the sustainability of all the projects and of course, starting from the magazines, because we consider it, okay, as a best practice, but honestly, we really don't know. So let's talk about something more important, which is Cowork4YOUTH. Okay. I wanted to start about the title because it's very important, not only because it's giving a meaningful sense about the specific and general goals, also because these projects, like the Unlocking Youth Potential projects, take into consideration the usually ignored, especially in terms of young people, 2019. But well, before I came here, I asked if there was maybe a line I had to follow to talk about the project. And I just have been told, just emphasize the real impacts produced or the importance of the policy recommendations. Since I don't have a lot of time, I just invite you to go on their website, and specifically on their news and posts website is really a showreel of good practices and of all the things they do. And it would be really difficult not to see how much their engagement in this field is transformed into real actions. Not only they are among the most frequent contributors of our magazines, which is very important for us because our mission is also to, let's say, help them gaining even more visibility. And it's in that way they can demonstrate even more how they are making changes. And okay, of course, they are among the best in producing best practices. And as I was saying at the beginning, this has been maybe just one of the last ones. I'm talking about the recent event in collaboration with Youth Share in Oslo. This was included, I think, in the official website of the European Year of Skills. And it was a great opportunity for them to talk about their tools. So the things that the actions they create and they develop to tackle skill shortages and youth precarity. So I'm the only one representing the FO, but the only thing I can say on behalf of all of them is a big thank you for the work they have been doing. And for sure, we hope, but we believe that your success won't stop here. Thank you. Yes. Yes, but I have the link somewhere. Yeah, I know. Can we go on and I will just after?
We can make the presentations available. Thank you very much, Francesca. Now, the next part is meant to introduce our project, but also some other projects of the Fund for Youth Employment, because as Francesca pointed out, we are a big family and there is an emphasis on collaboration and synergy. So first up is our own PI, Vasilis Avdikos, from the Cowork4YOUTH project.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming here today. Thank you very much for coming, and thanks also to the two other projects that are here today, and they're gonna showcase their work. So the Cowork4YOUTH project started about 2 years ago with the generous funding of the EA grants. And I think that yesterday and the day before, we had a very nice workshop organized within the project at Romanjo, another co-working space, a hub in very central Athens. And we worked with practice partners that have been implementing projects about, trainings about young unemployed. So that's why you've seen the 5th of December. So the Cowork4YOUTH project, as I said, started 2 years ago with the generous funding of the EA grants. Let's say the next slide, please. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's an analysis and research project that aims to increase knowledge on the impact of existing policies that target youth unemployed, and especially NEETs in the age of 25 to 29, as well as NEETs mothers. And we have a very specific perspective, and we wanted to look outside the big urban agglomerations, the big metropolitan areas, and go to peripheral areas, to regions that are lagging behind or they are left behind because they have very specific problems in these regions. And we are focusing on Greece, Italy, Spain, and Ireland, and especially of tourist-dependent regions. So we're talking about coastal regions. Some of them are very, very peripheral, very remote, as well as regions that are in an energy transition phase, meaning that they're either in a phase of decarbonization or they're in a phase of deindustrialization in the last 10, 15, 20 years. So that binary, being a region that is very remote, is less developed, as well it faces some very specific problems. And we wanted to see the impact of employment policies and projects that are implemented in these kind of regions for the youth, for the needs. And also one of the lines of the project is the ways that collaborative workspaces like hubs and co-working spaces and maker spaces can assist and can implement as well these kind of projects, and especially trainings and skills development projects for the youth unemployed. So we've got, as we've said before, a few very nice outcomes. Here you can see the 4 countries plus partners from Belgium and Sweden. So we would like to go beyond the state of the art, meaning that we want to increase the knowledge and offer concrete policy recommendations and suggestions against youth disengagement in peripheral European Economic Area regions. And towards that, the required steps included understanding the current balance between available skills and social needs in these regions, also evaluating the impact of existing policies, either European or national ones, and also formulating pertinent policy recommendations for these regions. Eleni Bletsa is waiting to enter the room. And as we said before, there are many outcomes, research papers coming out of this project, as well as policy briefs and with policy recommendations. We also had 2 students that are doing their PhD studies within the project, funded by the project, and also a few transnational policy reports, but also a very nice observatory that have been developed by our fellows in the National Technical University of Athens. That is a very handy tool, not only for researchers, but as well as for policymakers that want to know about the statistics on many aspects of unemployment. Thanks very much, and I think I'll give the floor to the next project.
So good morning from me. If I'm not mistaken, Savas, it is me taking the floor.
That's correct. Hello, Eleni. Thank you for being here. Giorgos Alexopoulos could not be with us, unfortunately, but we have Eleni, and she will be presenting on behalf of the YES project. Eleni, floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be amongst you. I happen to know some of you, so it's a great pleasure to internet connection is unstable at the moment. I don't know if you can hear me well or not. I will try to share my screen though, and let me know if there are any technical issues. So before I start presenting and sharing the screen, just to let you know that the presentation is quite thick. However, myself and Giorgos decided to keep it that way in order for our participants to be able to get to learn more about our project in case there is extra interest on that. So, Savas, can you see my screen now? And can you hear me well? Because I cannot hear you at all. So in
Yes,
case
Eleni,
there's any feedback from your side, that would be helpful.
Yes,
Great.
Eleni, we can see the screen and we can hear you.
Our project
Or
is
can we?
called Yenesis. And in any case, our project has one of the longest titles in the history of EA and Norway grants. However, for your facility and your ease of reference, we may name it and refer to it as YES, that is Young Interpreters Succeed. So it is an EA Norway grants project under the Fund for Youth Employment, targeting needs, that is young people out of education, employment and training, that are aged 18 to 29 years old. So in the short time I have for my presentation, I will try to be as brief and concrete as possible. So that our project started in October 2018 and will conclude after 18 months extension this January, the coming January. The part that is our lead partner, we have 4 implementing partners, that is the development agency of Kostas, the youth business in Poland, Microfinanza in Italy, and Autocupatio in Spain. And we have 3 extra partners that are our expertise partners, that is the Munich Business School in Germany, Genova in Germany, and Youth Business International that is located in the United Kingdom. So our project is really based on what we call the trust-based partnership model. And what this entails is the fact that everyone under this context operates on the premise that every partner only does what comes naturally to them and what they can do best with every partner, assuming complementary services. So it is not something that is but also extra parties, entities and bodies that could contribute in any case to the outcomes that we want to achieve. So as you may see in this slide, there's a scale, and this scale actually corresponds to the needs at their different stages. So a need starts with, I can't do it. So it's usually a person that has no confidence at all. But as we proceed delivering our interventions, the I can do it hopefully turns into I want to do it. And then how do I do it? And then, I'll try to do it. Reaching, I can do it. I will do it. And yes, I did it. So if we take into consideration that there are needs at different stages, that is different needs, there are also different needs, which means that we need to create a different context and underline different, several and diverse problems in this direction. So this means that we have also to go in line with different interventions and not just one. So under YES project, what we have achieved is the holistic approach, apart from the trust-based partnership model approach that we use. And in this context, we also value the impact assessment framework very highly on what we're doing. So in the case of YES project, what we use is the theory of change. If we are to put it in very simplistic words and in a diagram like that, we come along with some input. So what we contribute is financial resources, in-kind resources, of course, time, knowledge, and competencies. What we bear as output is our activities. And in the case of YES project, our activities, our outputs entail trainings, coaching, and mentoring. So this is what we call holistic approach. And it is these exact outputs and interventions that bring some direct results. However, there are also some effects that come along directly within the target group, that it's our needs, aged 18 to 29 years old. And this is what we call outcomes. So part of the outcomes refer to hard indicators and part of them refer to soft indicators. But what is actually being produced are some societal effects. And this is what we call impact. And in this case as well, there are some soft and some hard indicators when it comes to impact. Some who would like to learn more when the presentation will be disseminated across participants is this theory of change that is more schematic here. We also, no, we'll go back a little bit. When it comes to the outputs, I think it is worth mentioning here that training courses of 50 hours duration. These training courses have several and diverse contents, that is programming languages like Python, HTML, CSS, but also winery, woodcraft, barista skills, coiffure skills, and not just only to needs coming from the general population, but also to some very vulnerable social groups like the Roma population, persons with a refugee or migrant background, persons in the rehabilitation process, and most recently, persons that are in prison right now. So in this context of the holistic approach, after the delivery of a training course, we suggest that needs also undertake either coaching or mentoring or both services that are the coaching can be either employment or business coaching according to the needs of the person. So a person that is interested in finding a job would go for employment coaching, whereas a person that is interested in opening up a business would go for business coaching. And there's, of course, mentoring. And at the moment, we have managed to create a mentoring network across the country consisting of some almost 200 mentors from several and diverse backgrounds that are highly skilled. And the mentoring network is also active within the refugee communities as well. And this is considered as one of, the successes of YES project. Newsletter and the thinking space in which someone can find useful, hopefully, information related to what we deliver, and some of the things that are also recorded in our website is success stories. So in these success stories, one may find stories from NEETs that have achieved something positive after undertaking at least one of our interventions, but one can also find stories from our coaches, our mentors, and our experts that are beyond the consortium and the personnel, the staff members of the project. So if someone is to refer to numbers, and these are the last numbers as reported in our last interim report, dated on the 13th of September, one can see that we have delivered training courses to 2,090 out of 3,000 plus needs. Coaching has started with 1,317 persons, out of which 1,220 persons have finished it, and mentoring has started with 603 persons, out of which 425 have completed their circle. So, as we said before, it is not just the reporting and the recording of the hard indicators, but there are also some soft indicators involved. So if we go beyond the outputs and the outcomes, there's also impact involved in what we're doing. So as you may see, there are 760 jobs that have been created, and 302 persons needs have found job after following one of our interventions in Greece. 931 persons are active in this job research process, while as 438, at least 2 out of 3 needs that have undertaken one of our interventions have a positive result in their lives. I think the rest will remain in the presentation. I don't think we have time for that, but just to conclude, it's not always about numbers. So KPIs, we all know that should be reached in order for a project to be considered as successful, but there is more behind numbers. So there are people, there are faces, there are lives behind these numbers, not just figures. And what we have, what we consider a success in our case is the fact that we have managed to follow an outreach strategy, meaning that we have managed to liaise and join forces with municipalities, with refugee centers, with the Vasilis region, but going beyond the national context with Eurocities, with academia, with shared network. And in this, on this ground, our project has been included in the catalog of good inclusion projects under shared network and Spring project. So this is what we would like to share with you in this short time we had. Thank you once again for our presentation and our intervention. And just a small comment from my side, because I don't know if I will have the time to share this later. I saw during the presentations that were held before, and during the while reading the agenda, I see that there will be some recommendations throughout the day when it comes to climate, and I can see that some of the panelists have a background in so research report on the impacts on employment of needs until 2030 related to the green transition and the decarbonization objectives aims at reaching a 55% emission reduction target by 2030. I will share this Eurofound research with you in case your scientists would like to learn more about that. And I think that the green transition process and period is something that we as practitioners should bear in mind in case we could actually deliver services to needs in this process in order to make them more efficient and more accessible in actually having a say in the labor market. Thank you once again.
Eleni, for your presentation. We have crossed paths with Eleni and the YES project a number of times over the years, and it's always a pleasure to cross paths again. But it is also a different kind of pleasure to meet new projects and new faces. So please welcome Lesiova from the Yenesis project.
Is this on? Okay. So hello from me. No, it's not here. Hello from me too. I'm Georgia Lesiova. I'm here on behalf of Daphne Network to present Yenesis project. I also want to thank our hosts and the organizers of the event from Cowork4YOUTH. So, no. Okay. So I would like to briefly introduce Daphne Network. Daphne is a non-profit organization of island, local and regional authorities in Greece. Our aim is to promote sustainable development in Greek islands through the delivery of integrated actions in the fields of water, waste, energy, transport, and mobility. We have, okay, I'm not doing anything. We offer a wide variety of services to our members, which are interconnected with the emerging sectors of green jobs, such as buildings and public space, water management, clean energy and sustainable mobility, waste management and circular economy, sustainable tourism, GIS and spatial planning. Why is it going there? It's not. Oh. Okay, take some time. Okay. So the participating countries in Yenesis project is Cyprus, Greece, Croatia, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Estonia, and Norway as the expert partner. Islands suffer from high unemployment rates with a significant peak during non-touristic periods, especially amongst young people. Young professionals face several challenges in trying to find occupations, such as limited opportunities that often require many years of experience, which leads to a vicious cycle of lack of experience, lack of job situation. Yenesis project, which stands for Youth Employment Network for Energy Sustainability in Islands, aims to support young professionals and needs in finding sustainable and green occupations in islands. So here you can see the methodology we have used to equip and prepare needs for green jobs. For the first stage, you cannot see some parts of the presentation. For the first stage, we did a research on the sustainability competences for green jobs and best practices among the EU. Then in the learning stage, we created training material and held training weeks in all countries, physical training weeks, for thematic areas related to sustainability, energy efficiency, renewable energy sources, sustainable mobility, sustainable tourism, and one horizontal thematic area, business innovation. After the trainings, the needs and us had the opportunity to participate in showcasing trips in Norway, where the expert partner transferred know-how to all of us in all the thematic areas above mentioned. Then the needs had the opportunity to take part in a 1-month-long apprenticeship in an EU island in a country other than their own. And the learning phase was followed by application and the employment of needs for a 6-month local placement, when at the same time they received training from experts on developing business ideas on their own islands. To capitalize on the findings of our project, we engaged with stakeholders and produced policy recommendations that were communicated to policymakers in each country and on EU level. I'm afraid to press it again. Okay. So in the summer of 2022, we were very happy to receive additional funding to enhance the results of our project and take them a bit further, taking in mind the findings so far, as well as the new information on green jobs in the islands. So this time our research focused on the connection between COVID-19 and climate change and the effects they had on green jobs in islands. Again, we had training weeks for needs. Ours was in this room actually, on climate adaptation, circular economy, sustainable water management, sustainable food systems, and again, a horizontal thematic area of soft skills. For the application phase, we added 2 new activities to further engage with the secondary target group of the project, which was students. During previous phases of the project, a gap of knowledge in career advisors and teachers on green jobs and green competences was identified. So we have done workshops with career advisors based on the guide on sustainability competences, and also shared with them our learning material. And also student workshops have been held with high school students on green jobs and how they can help us face local environmental issues. And this time, for the end of the project, which it's in 1 month actually, besides further engaging stakeholders and policymakers, we have also created a guide for employers to raise awareness on sustainable performance and the added value of green skills of employees, I'm sorry. Okay, so just to highlight some of the key outcomes of the project, 219 needs were trained in 7 countries. There were 4 showcasing trips in Norway. There is an open e-course in the 10 thematic areas that I mentioned in 7 different languages. And the guide on sustainability competences for green jobs has been disseminated through students and teachers across many EU islands. Here you can see some more numbers. 169 teachers and career advisors have participated in the project. Around 2,000 students and 420 stakeholders have been engaged throughout the project. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Georgia, for the presentation. That concludes the first part, where we presented other project, we presented the Norway grants, and we'll have a short break before we start with a presentation of the outputs of our project. So we'll be back at 11:30. All right. This is working, good. So time to continue with the next part of our conference, which is where we start presenting the outputs of our project. And it's also the part where we've deliberately have Irish people pronouncing Greek surnames. So the first session, chaired by Eilish Kelly from the ESRI, and
thanks, Savas. You didn't need to highlight the fact that I have to try and pronounce Greek names or Spanish.
Very nervous.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending today and for this session. So the focus on this session will be to present some of the outputs. From the project. So first up, we have a colleague of mine, Adele Wheelan, and she is going to present determinants of regional employment in Greece, Ireland, Italy, and Spain. Thanks, Adele.
Just a note to all presenters, try to not to sit on the chair furthest away here, because we've got these things blocking the line there, and try to point that way, not at the TV.
Great. Thank you, Savas. I'll try to obey all of those rules and see how I go. So as Eilish said, my name is Adele Wheelan. I'm a senior research officer at the Economic and Social Research Institute in Dublin in Ireland. And we were delighted to be part of the Cowork4YOUTH consortium and delighted to be here today in Athens presenting our findings from one of our most recent reports. So the report is entitled at the moment Determinants of Youth Employment, and we're looking at the 4 countries of focus within the study. So we had 3 key research questions that we wanted to look at. One was to provide descriptive assessment of the trends of youth employment across these 3 countries, but not only the countries, the actual regions, regional analysis. We wanted to also measure the convergence or divergence of the evolution of youth employment. So is it the case that youth employment rates within these regions are moving together, moving apart, moving in different ways? Could we classify the regions in some way in how the youth employment rate was changing? We also wanted to identify some of the underlying drivers of youth employment, and particularly have a look at sectors that were most conducive to co-working spaces, and also green skills, and that were common for decarbonisation purposes. What was the motivation for the study? Well, to date, a lot of youth employment studies look at individual level data, micro level data, and they look at outcomes such as employment, wages, job satisfaction, so on and so forth, all
very important studies, but not many studies actually look at regional level. What's happening within this spatially disaggregated area and how is that impacting youth employment? So we wanted to look at that in order to understand the factors that drive youth employment across regions. The first thing we needed to do was to have some classification of the sectors and regions. And we looked to our partners to help us with that. That was most important, having a consortium member in each of these countries who could advise us, because it wasn't something that we were immediately aware of. We wanted to identify the relevant sectors and regions. Firstly, in terms of the ones that were dominant with co-working spaces, which turned out to be many of the urban centres, and then also the areas that were most affected by decarbonisation. And we identified each of those regions. Then also Vasilis and his team helped us with identifying the actual number of co-working spaces in each of these regions. And that allowed us to be a little bit more specific using an index for co-working spaces. So to start first with the classification of key sectors. So when we talked about co-working sectors, we wanted to look at sectors that could commonly be performed remotely. And within economics, we have a NACE sector identification. So we identified J, K, M, and N. So information and communications, financial and insurance activities, professional, scientific, technical activities, and administrative and support and service activities. A lot of these are actually very high-skilled occupations as well. The green jobs, we wanted to look at related sectors that were impacted by transitions to green carbon neutral economy. And to be honest, this literature is very, very scarce, but growing. It's a growing area. We didn't have a classification that we could just go to and pull from the shelf, which was unfortunate. So we had to look ourselves at really what are the NACE sectors that were predominantly, because they're quite broad, affected by greening and carbon neutral. So D, E, and H were selected. So electricity, gas, water supply, waste management, transportation, and storage. And then we also wanted to identify brown sectors, so that were highly polluting activities. And NACE B falls in under that category of mining and quarrying. So we've put together a couple of maps and a couple of tables just to show you how we went about this. So the co-working spaces in Italy, you'll see in the map on the left-hand side in dark orange, these were the regions that were identified as having a large majority of co-working spaces. We identified the national average within Italy as 100, for instance, per population. We weighted everything by population. If it was greater than the national average by 20%, we said it had a high dominance of co-working spaces. And we identified the regions in the north of Italy. For decarbonisation, along with our consortium members and also the Just Transition literature, we identified the regions that were most affected by decarbonisation. You can see that there are more coastal, rural regions. We did the same for Spain. Again, identifying the co-working spaces and decarbonisation regions. The same for Greece. And lastly, Ireland. We had an issue with Ireland. It's not such a big problem because we're very, very small. And most people, when you talk about regional economics in Ireland, will laugh because you can get from one side to the other in 2 hours. So is it really a region, you know? One region in its own self. The problem is we had 2 regions, then they made 3 regions and they moved some of the areas between the regions, which didn't make any sense at all. So we have no way of looking at this over time for Ireland. So we've classified it as one region for now, but not such a big issue because co-working, there's lots of co-working spaces in Ireland, and also 2 out of the 3 regions are classified as decarbonised regions. So our methodology then, just briefly, we estimated barrow regression models to look at the extent of divergence and convergence to see how these regions were moving together. And the second step was to estimate a fixed effects panel estimation model to account for time differences and look at the determinants of youth employment. So what we did here is our outcome variable was youth employment in that region. And we looked at other variables that were changing over time at the same time and seeing what was the relationship between these variables. So if GDP in the region was going up, so the amount being produced in that region, if that was in going up, was it also the case that youth employment was going up? And we looked at shares employed in certain sectors within that region. Okay, so briefly then the results. What you can see in this first chart is how youth employment rates were behaving in these 4 countries over the time period 2008 to 2022. And you can see a significant decline over 2008 down to 2014. And this is the number of youths employed in the labour force. So 1 minus this is the unemployment rate, okay? So you can think of it as the inverse. But after 2014, we see a pickup up until COVID-19. So the downfall is after the Great Recession, a considerable time to increase, but still not to the rates where they were before. And then the second catastrophe of COVID-19. But you can see that it hasn't had the same impact. It's a much smaller drop and a much quicker recovery for sure. So when we split it out by country, you can see for Ireland had very high employment rates. They fell for sure, and they recovered at a faster rate, and they have remained high in more recent years. Beneath that, we see Italy. Beneath that, we see Spain, and the lowest here is in Greece. Greece and Spain are roughly around the same at the moment. Then those facts are very well known, okay? But what isn't so well known perhaps is how these different regions behave. So we looked at co-working regions, decarbonisation regions, and other that weren't classified as either. So what we found was the youth employment rates were highest in the co-working areas, and that it makes sense that they are more urban centres. Then beneath that, decarbonised regions, but moving in a similar manner, and beneath that, other regions also. So then for our Barrow equation results, for the total sample, this first number that we see here, clearly works when you press it at the screen too. I was looking to make a marker, but maybe I can't. So the first number is not highlighted because it isn't significant. So over the entire sample, we didn't find a significant impact of convergence or divergence. But we know something very different was happening pre-2014 than post-2014. So we looked for a structural break. Your eye can see it, but there's technical ways of doing that as well. And it happened to be around Q2 in 2014. So we split the analysis. And what we found was pre-2014, we found ongoing divergence. So that's this gap between the lowest region and the highest region getting much more, getting larger, okay? And actually getting larger at quite a large rate. It's 10% per annum. What we have found since 2014 is convergence. So again, the area with the lowest level of youth employment increasing, and the gap is increasing at a greater rate. So the gap is getting smaller. So convergence is definitely better, but it's also slower. It's happening at 5%. What we wanted to look at then was, does this differ across the regions, the different types of regions? We found the post-2014 analysis didn't differ really. They're all converging in a similar way. But what we found was pre-2014, that divergence, that increasing gap was really driven by the co-working areas classified as co-working. The more urban centres they were getting further and further apart in terms of youth employment. When we looked at the possible determinants then, As labour market economists, we think that labour market demand in an area, labour market supply, and the relativity of those two things will affect youth employment. So we started by looking at the share of employment in the co-working sectors that we had identified, and we looked how that changed, the share of employment in brown and green sectors, and also, as I mentioned, how much was being produced GDP per capita within that region. The labour market supply, we looked at the share of migrants, part-time workers and female workers in the labour market, because we know that they are substitutes for youth employment in many cases, and also the overall labour force participation rate within the region. We looked at the share of those that were tertiary educated and also the ratio of workers in high to low skilled occupations to look at job polarization. So what did we find? We found a positive impact of GDP per capita. So that would be what we would expect. We found that if the overall labour force participation was higher, youth employment was also higher. And we found the share of those that were tertiary educated, as that improved, youth employment improved also. However, over the entire period from 2008 to 2021, we found a negative impact of the share of employment in brown sectors. So if that was increasing, youth employment was decreasing. Also the share of employment in co-working sectors, the share of employment in green sectors as we had identified them. And we feel that the ones that were identified were quite high skilled as well, and this might be the case. For share of migrants, part-time workers and female workers, we found a negative relationship, which also shows that they are substitutes within the labour market, and the job polarisation variable as well, a negative relationship there. I do have a table here, but I just want to show briefly how that was over the entire period. But it differs whether we look pre-2014 and post-2014. Particularly what you can see is the negative effect of green sectors was only seen pre-2014. We don't see any evidence of that for youth employment. And in fact, if you were to start this study, you'd probably look at total employment first, because you'd expect that to be affected before youth employment. So that's one other way that we can look at the study. The brown sectors as well, we see that that's actually a current issue, because that's post-2014. All of the effect is coming through in post-2014. It wasn't there before. So the negative impact there. Co-working sectors, all of the impact was pre-2014, and we see reduced significance post-2014. So perhaps it's a little bit early to be looking at the effects for youth employment of book shares of green sectors. So I'll conclude then briefly just with a few slides. We saw that youth employment decreased significantly down to 2014. Then it increased up until the pandemic, and we've seen another fall and recovery. The results from the Barrow model indicate that youth employment rates were diverging between 2008 and 2014, and now are converging, but at a slower rate, 10% versus 5%. We found that young people are more likely to be exposed to higher rates of employment when regional labour markets are buoyant. So high rates of participation and high rates of GDP are very important. And when there are greater shares of tertiary educated individuals. And we know that skills mismatch is an issue as well. So just because we have greater numbers of graduates, it doesn't mean that they have the skills that are necessary for the labour market and what's being demanded. Young people are more likely to be exposed to lower rates of employment when regional labour markets have higher shares of employees in brown sectors, particularly post-2014, and the ratio of workers in high to low SOC is higher. So lastly, there's no evidence of an impact of youth employment on green sectors currently post-2014, but it may be the case that green jobs require higher and more specific training that require more time and experience at a more advanced level than what young people currently have. Also, the sectors that we have identified could be too broad. We need to look in a more specific way, but it's very hard given we don't have a classification yet, so more work needs to be done on that. So what we've started to do, and next slide, at the ESRI is we've started to look at the job adverts. We started to look at job adverts to give us the information on the skills that are being required by the companies in each country and what exactly are they looking for. So we can identify jobs that are emerging technologies or affected by digitalization or affected by decarbonization. And we can look at what type of jobs are they? What are the occupations? And what are the type of skills also mentioned within those? So we see that as the way forward as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adele. So we have a few minutes for questions, if anyone has any questions for Adele.
Hi, Adele. I'm going to ask you a question in relation to the period. I think you mentioned 2014 to 2019, saying that employment youth increased at that time. So my question is related to what happened in the labor market that allowed that increase in youth unemployment. Because during the crisis, for instance, in the economic crisis, we saw that there was a massive decrease in employment in general, but predominantly in youth employment. What kind of jobs were created during, post-crisis, and what were the characteristics of those, if that makes any sense? Thank you.
Sure, maybe this will work. Yep. So the period where we saw the increase in employment was post 2014 up until COVID, so 2019. And from their analysis, we can see that GDP was growing in the area, participation rates were growing in the area, and the share of tertiary employment was growing in those regions that were growing. So the ones where we saw those positive impacts. The types of jobs we can't see from this data. So we used the European Labour Force Survey for the data, which is a very large scale European survey. But we don't know the types of jobs. So I think that we know the shares within the sectors, but also the sectors that young people are employed in is accommodation, food, services. These are most likely to be the sectors that young people are employed in, at least initially, in the countries that we're looking at.
Just to add to that, just from one of the other studies, particularly for Greece, if Greece is of interest, recovery was particularly shown in jobs related to tourism sector, the types of sectors that Adele was talking about. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
Thanks. It was a very thought-provoking presentation. There are not, mine are not necessary questions, just I want your opinion on specific matters. One thing has to do with the lack of necessary statistical data at the level we want them available. So in the case of Greece, let's say, electricity and gas production is not a green sector. It's considered to be one of the most significant brown sectors that is under decarbonization. And I don't know how we can take this into account. This was my first, let's say, inquiry. And then I wanted your opinion. I want you to present more details about this methodology you implemented. It sounds very interesting, the BARI or something. And also, I wanted your opinion on how all these can be translated into a study of youth transitions, not only of youth employment, but on how we can study the intermediate period between finalizing education and finding a job.
Yeah, 3 very easy questions, Stelios. Thank you very much for that. So the first question related to the lack of data. I mean, it's I could talk all day on that point, right? I think it's really important that we start to use real-time data. We're using in the Institute Python to scrape job adverts, and we're actually purchasing job adverts now as well, because we see that as of course, we need the labour force surveys, and we need data that's comparable across all countries, but it can be really substituted with real-time data to tell us more about what companies are demanding and what changes over time.
This These data are only related to skills, eh?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Representative one way or another. It depends.
Yes, of course, there are issues, but we're managing to scrape on a very large scale now. So we have a job adverts data set with 8 million job advertisements in it. So, you know, other companies have been scraping these for large periods of time, and it certainly can tell us something. But we do need, of course, national level data that we can access. And in some countries, we have better access. But the minute you start to look at comparatives across Europe, then that's where there's difficulty as well. There is a new survey, the European Skills and Jobs Survey, that I think is particularly useful for looking at across Europe as well, and looking at occupations and skills and how they're changing over time as well. Your second question was relating to the Barrow equations and Barrow model. It's a very simple model, but it's used a lot in macro to see how changes are happening over time. And we find it very useful to look at how changes are happening over regions, over countries, over time. It's about, yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes. So you're looking at the change in the variable over time and how that is related to the original metric from the first moment in time. And the last question related to my memory now. Transitions. Yeah. So transitions is really important. And I know this isn't a direct answer to your question, but there is an issue. There's numerous issues that are affecting young people at the moment. One is digitalization, depopulation, many different decarbonization. And there really is an issue if we do not get these transitions right for young people. If they do not feel that they have adequate opportunities in terms of education and transitions into employment, they will become very disillusioned. And we might have a problem with democracy also. So I think that it's a really, really important step that we look at the transitions. What we have done around transitions is administrative data can be very helpful. So looking at people over time and the skills, their access to employment, the supports that they have received, and looking at comparing people who have made successful transitions to people who haven't been successful and identifying differences between those. We had one evaluation of a program in Ireland with people that we're talking about, so people very far away from the labour market. And what we found was very useful was one-to-one supports for these individuals. And often policymakers think that it's very expensive, and it is expensive. But now is the time to be investing in those types of supports, I think, because they aren't as expensive as people think in the long run. We actually found that it was 5 or 10 interventions was all that was required to successfully move a very disadvantaged individual with a lot of multiple needs and requirements. Yes, but also directing them to the other services that are required, but moving them through those steps and keeping with them over a year or two. This is the only thing that we've done at the Institute most recently that we have found really helps those transitions for people very far away from the labour market. So they were found to be 13 to 15% more likely to move into employment after a year of these interventions. That was really only, some of them were even calls during COVID. It was calls, mentoring and guidance through the paths that was required.
Also, I mean, they intervene between the employers and the potential employees in order to
intervene. They were driving them to the interviews. Yes, like the level of support, and you know, they were really seeing what within that house is causing the issues or within that location, and they were addressing them. Yeah, and we spoke to the people working with these individuals, and it was really, really intensive, but not as intensive monetarily as people might think.
Okay, thanks, Delius. Adele, thank you again.
Thank you, everybody.
So if anyone else has questions, maybe you can discuss them over lunchtime or that with any of the speakers. So next up, we have our Spanish partner from ISEAK, Ainhoa. Ainhoa. Okay, thanks, Ainhoa. All right, so Ainhoa is going to present some of the work that they undertook on the living minimum wage and income schemes and skill gaps. Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah, okay. Okay, so thanks again for the invite. Today I'm going to be presenting the last output that ISEAK is participating in the framework of Cowork4YOUTH. It's entitled The Long-Lasting Scar of Bad Jobs in the Spanish Labor Market. Well, just a second. Thank you. Let's see. Thanks. Okay, so just to motivate a bit the topic and the research question here, for some context, and as we found in the baseline study which is output 3 of this project, we found that youth unemployment has not fully recovered since the Great Recession, and none of the 4 countries that we are analyzing in the context of this project have returned to pre-recession levels of youth employment by 2019. We also see that youth unemployment rates are still high, between 20 and 30% in all of the countries, except for Ireland, which is an outlier at the moment. The youth unemployment rate for the country is at 9.1% in 2019. In any case, we've seen that need rates have shown significant signs of recovery, except for Italy. And this is all taken from the really great job from the baseline study. Then we know that the quality of jobs is a topic of concern. So apart from the high unemployment rates, also the type of jobs that the youth are undertaking are of concern. And this is particularly the case in Spain, where we've seen really high rates of temporary contracts. And we've also seen that basically people move in and out of the labor market constantly. So they find a job for a couple of days, for the weekends, and then they go back to unemployment. At the European level, we've seen many policy interventions, many of which have been addressed in our outputs, but really few of them have been evaluated in terms of their impact. So we see, often we see figures about, okay, thanks to this program, X% of the people found a job, but we don't know what would have happened to these people if the program hadn't taken place. So this is also something that I think our colleagues from the ESRI or at ISEAK we think it's really important, because a lot of money is being put into those programs, and actually many of them are not being evaluated. So this is just a bit of motivation of the topic. And now I'm going to give you some context about the Spanish labor market and why it's important and why we are focusing on it for these outputs. So in Spain, we have really high unemployment rate for the youth. It got as high as 40% at some points recently. Now it's a bit lower, but it's still really high. As I said before, we have a lot of temporary contracts, which there was a recent labor market reform that kind of tried to tackle this, but still we had temporary rates that were more or less twice the EU27 average. Our labor market is highly elastic, so in the sense that when firing and hiring are the main adjustment variables. So when the economy is doing well, there's a lot of job creation, but when we are in recession periods, there's a lot of job destruction. So it's really cyclical. There's also a large share of undesired part-time jobs. At the moment, we are undertaking research on this at ISEAK to kind of understand what's driving, especially women, to be so much in part-time and undesired jobs. And lastly, as you may know, there's the seasonal nature of some of our sectors also make this topic of particular relevance, because many of our sectors, of important sectors, are hospitality or agrofishing, and they are often related to worse labor market conditions. So, okay. So with this in mind, we have, sorry. We have two key research questions. Okay, what we are doing here, and I'll explain a little bit the database shortly. What we do is we analyze people's employment trajectories. So we see where they are at the moment. So in the first working year, when I say first, it's actually the second, to allow for some instability of the first year. So we analyze a number of dimensions of the working conditions in the first working year. We analyze also the 5th working year and the 10th working year. And what we want to see is, so the first question is, how does being in a bad job at the very moment, how does it mark your future labor trajectories? So does it matter that you start in a bad job? Will that have any effect in your future trajectories or not? That's the first question that we want to address. And the second question is, if there's evidence that the current moment is going to mark your future trajectories, which is known in the literature as the scarring effect, what aspects? So what is it that is driving you to this bad situation? Is it that you have really low hourly wages? Is it that you move in and out of unemployment often? What is it? Okay, so these are the two key research questions that we try to address in this output. So just for some context on literature and the methodology, I will be a little bit brief on this. Sorry, I'm too impatient and I'm pressing like... Okay, so the literature. So there's a wide range of literature on the scarring effects. It's a term that is widely used in the literature. And it's been shown also for the Spanish case that entering the labor market during a recession can have long-term effects on wages, and it may affect some other aspects of life. Okay, so like welfare, happiness, etc. However, few studies integrate the potential drivers in a single kind of analysis. So many of them focus just on wages, just on labor intensity. But here we want to really disentangle what's kind of driving this situation. So following previous literature, we analyze working hours, low hourly wages, and rotation as dimensions of precariousness. Here we did some changes that I'll explain later on. But basically the idea is that labor intensity, so working few hours or few days per year, and hourly wages can kind of explain why people are in bad jobs or not, okay? So let's see if it works. Okay, so defining bad jobs and exploring its drivers. So it's difficult because there's not a universal definition of bad jobs. So what's a bad job? We all know that probably it's someone who is earning really little, or someone who has a lot of instability. But what we try to do is find a kind of as objective as possible a definition. So we resort to the European Social Charter, which was established by the Council of Europe, and they established this threshold, which is whoever is earning below 60% of the average labor earnings of the country is considered to be in a bad job in the 365 days of the year. It's the same as the Spanish government said. Well, the objective of the Spanish government, which was exactly in 2023 to have this threshold as a kind of objective. So what we do is kind of classify people regarding if their labor earnings get to that threshold or not. If that's not the case, we are classifying those people as being in a bad job. We do this for every year, sorry. And I'm sorry. Following one. Okay, so I gave the definition of bad jobs, okay, but we want to also understand the drivers, which is one of the value added of our research. So what can drive a situation where people earn below 60% of the average wage of the country? So as I was saying before, here what we are going to do is we decompose labor earnings into three fundamental elements. The first one is hourly wages. The second one is days worked. So the second and third one relate to labor intensity, and the first one is just hourly wages. So people may not reach that threshold because either they have low hourly wages, because they work really few days per year, or because the average hours they work per day, so maybe they are part-time, doesn't allow them to reach that threshold. Okay, it can be either one of these or a combination of those. It can be given those numerous reasons. So those are the three dimensions that we are going to try to understand, that which might potentially be driving people being in bad jobs. Okay, so how do we do this? So we use administrative microdata on Social Security for 75,000 Spanish individuals. Okay, so we have information of 75,000 individuals, and we have in each kind of row the different spells of Social Security episodes that they have. It's a really, really good database. It has also some limitations, of course, but we count on really, really rich information, like their wages in every contract that they signed, the hours worked, so all the dates that the contracts took place, etc. And it represents around 4% of total workers in Spain, the database. So for our study, we select individuals who enter the labor market at the age of around 16 to 30, which is kind of the normal thing, but we kind of discard some older people from this database. And then we analyze them between 2005 and 2013, so that we are able to measure the impact at least in T+5, because the database went up to 2019. Okay, so in order to measure, so the first, our two research questions, just to refresh, the first one was how does being in a bad job at the moment mark your labor trajectories? So here I'm not going to go into the details, but basically we want to see whether in T+10, so 10 years after you got into the labor market, how being in a bad job or not in T+1, so just when you started, or in T+5, so which we call the medium term, is kind of affecting this probability of being in a precarious job in T+10. And then the second part is we want to disentangle these drivers of bad jobs. So here, what the equation kind of tries to reflect is our dependent variable is how far you are from the threshold. So your wage in T+10, how far is it from the threshold Q? Okay, the threshold Q is just like the 60% of the country's average. Okay, yes, I'll be brief. And then so basically what we want to see is what of the three drivers that I was mentioning before, so labor intensity and hourly wages are affecting your future earnings. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to explain too much because otherwise it gets a bit long. Just to show you some results, sorry. Here I'm showing the dynamics of bad jobs. So basically here what we want to see is, so we have all the individuals in our database and we analyze them in the first year, 5th year, and 10th year. And in pink, you can see who starts in a bad job in the first year. So we see that the majority of the people in Spain start in what we can regard as a bad job. So they are earning below 60% of the average wage. How does this evolve? So we see that in the fifth year, there are still like a lot of people who are in a bad job. Obviously, this decreases as people gain seniority, but something interesting to see is that most of those people who are in bad jobs in the fifth year were also in bad jobs in the first year, which is obviously expected. And so also something to be highlighted is that part of those people who were in bad jobs at the start, they go missing from our database, which means that they have no social security records. So most likely they are not engaged with the labor market. It can be that they went abroad and they are no longer in the database, which was probably my case when I moved to Ireland, but many of them just went unemployed, okay? And then same kind of dynamics for the 10th year. So of course, the proportion of people in bad jobs reduces in the 10th year, but still we see that most of them who are in bad jobs in the 10th year were also in bad jobs in the past. And now we disentangle those drivers, and so those three factors. And here we are showing the days worked. So how many days per year do people in bad jobs versus people in not bad jobs spend? Okay, so what you see here in green is people who are not in bad jobs. So whenever they enter into the labor market, we see that those who are not in bad jobs, probably most of them work for the whole year, so 365 days per year. But those who are in bad jobs, they are much more concentrated towards the left of the distribution, as you can see. So actually, many of them are just working for between 1 and 70 days, so like a couple of months at most. So we see that this shows that really like a lot of like young people who are in bad jobs, which I showed are the majority at the start, are actually not working for many days. Then on the fifth working year, this changes a little bit. So the distribution is a bit more even for people in bad jobs, but still we can see a really, really big difference, okay? And the same in the 10th working year. We also analyzed the same kind of statistics for being full-time versus part-time, or also hourly wages, and we obviously see really important differences. I can share the results with you if interested, but I didn't want to burden you with too many graphs. Basically, the difference between those in bad jobs and not in bad jobs is huge regarding those components. And then, so I'm going to show you the results. The first question was, how does being in a bad job situation drive you, or how does it mark your future trajectories? And okay, so here I'm showing the probability of being in a bad job in the 10th working year, and the most important results are here. So you see that this shows that people who were in bad jobs in T+5, so in the medium term, are almost 30 percentage points more likely to be in a bad job in T+10. Okay, and people who were in bad jobs in T+1, they are like 8 percentage points more likely to be in a bad job in T+10. So basically, the summary of this finding is that the medium term is really what is marking the long-term situation. So those who were able to escape bad jobs between the start and the medium term will be kind of okay in the long term, but whoever gets kind of trapped in those bad jobs will most likely continue in bad jobs in the long term. Okay, and now we disentangle the drivers of bad jobs, and what we find is that often we talk about hourly wages as a problem, and that's of course it's of course a problem, but there's a lot of legislation around it and not so much around labor intensity, and this analysis is confirming this. So what we see here is that actually we are showing like in T+10 what's marking your long-term salary, and what we see here is that the days worked so is a really important predictor of your wages in the long term. Also, working hours per day is important, but hourly wages, when you compare the magnitude, is not such an important predictor, and this is exactly why we kind of advocate for policy being like based also like taking into consideration labor intensity and not only hourly wages, because those are really detrimental for long-term earnings. I'm sorry, I'll be really brief now to finish. So just two key messages from this presentation. The first one is bad jobs can become sticky. So getting out of those is really important so that people move away from precarious situations. And the second one is unemployment spell. So getting in and out of the labor market can really impact on your trajectories, as well as not working full time. Okay, and much more, to a much greater extent than hourly wages. Policy recommendations. So on the labor demands, so some of the policy recommendations that we highlight in this report is that it's really important to improve the quality of jobs and promote indefinite contracts, because it's an effective measure to improve the quality of jobs. For example, some measures could include benefits to companies where workers under indefinite contracts represent a large proportion of the total workforce in the company. And from the labor supply side, so from the point of view of workers and public employment services, we think that the public employment services can take actions in order to reduce unemployment episodes at early stages, because we've seen from the analysis that this is really important. And also like provide guidance and effective training sessions. As Adele was mentioning before, this one-to-one guidance can be really important in this sense, because it's been proven effective in a number of contexts. And also, I didn't mention this just for being a bit brief, but we see that university or college graduates also have like a scarring effect, but it's much smaller. So promoting higher education for these people might also be important to alleviate the incidence of bad jobs in the labor markets. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ainhoa. So we have a few minutes for questions, if anyone has any questions for Ainhoa. Okay.
Hi, Ainhoa. Very interesting. I would just like to ask you if you can elaborate a bit on the database. What kind of data is there available, and you know, if you have a social security number and then the contracts.
Yes, so it's a database that has anonymized data, so we don't know the name of the person or their ID, and it contains 4% of the people affiliated to the social security in Spain. We have it for a lot of decades. I used it from 2005 because I needed it, but it contains information on, well, like the start of the contract, the end of the contract, the contribution basis, the hours worked, some information about the company as well, the sector, of course, the date of birth, the person, nationality. It's really rich. So per person you can have, for example, it's funny to see how, for example, nurses who have a lot of contracts in Spain. So for this person who is a nurse, you can find like 200 rows of data about each of the contracts that they got.
Okay, and two short questions. Data on information on the sex?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Gender? Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the second one is about the methodology. If one person, I suppose that if one person during the same period has two contracts, let's say works on two part-time works, you have taken this as a positive thing, as a good.
Yes. Yeah, we had debate about this. So if there are two contracts that are overlapping, so if one contract is 4 hours and the other is 4 hours, we are adding it up and we would count that person as full-time. Yeah. Sorry.
We just
about
two more. So do you want to speak quickly? Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. So last question then.
I'm not sure it's a question, but it's a comment that maybe you could comment on. I'm thinking of a lot of people that I know in Greece that seem to be working part-time in the contract, but really full-time outside of the contract. Yeah. And this is how.
Yeah, we can't really control for that. So basically what we can do is just like take some estimates from the National Statistics Institute or any kind of projection that we can cover in a way, but we cannot really take that into our models. And about gender, yes, so this is a really important part in every work that we do in ISEAK always has the gender perspective. I just didn't want to overload people with this, but yeah, like for sure, especially the part-time jobs are really female and especially involuntary, which is really an important thing to note. So for the policy recommendations, we'll also be adding some of this, but we're just finishing the report and we'll share it with you once it's ready.
Okay, thanks, Noah. So I know, I suppose one point you didn't get to elaborate too much on there was the education and the importance of education. I know you had to skip over those results, but I think that is an important finding, the importance of trying to get people completing secondary education onto third level. Does obviously seem to have an impact on the results that you were driving. So just want to thank Ainhoa again for that piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So finally, then we have our Greek partners, Kostas and Vasiliki. So they're going to present about the impact of COVID and focusing specifically on Western Macedonia. Thank you.
We're going to present a paper on youth employment in energy transitioning regions. Don't be very impatient, Vasiliki. This is a paper that focuses on Western Macedonia, but it takes into account the wider picture of energy transitioning regions across the Eurozone. So the scope, as I said, is all of Eurozone's core regions with a focus on the youth labor markets. We used as Western Macedonia as a case study, and we posed three main questions. Regarding the first, it was what are the repercussions of the recession, the 2010s, on local labor regimes in coal regions across the Eurozone. The second question is what are the implications of the energy transition in these areas? And the third one is whether decarbonization efforts pose for a just transition, or do they regenerate the precariousness of previous periods? So regarding our conceptual framework, we looked into the literature on coal regions and on youth labor markets. The main findings from the literature and what we got as a conceptual framework is that in the frame of the existing socio-ecological fixes, so the coal regions in their brown phase, let us put it this way, they have labor regimes that are characterized by the restricted role of youth in the labor market. So the youth does not participate as much as prime age workers in the labor markets in these regions. And it's highly polarized labor markets in a sense that there is a pool of disposable workers and a core of well-paid workers. And this results in youth out-migration, especially of women, that they leave those areas. And as the literature puts it, they result into the masculinization of these areas, the labor markets. And in the new socio-ecological fixes, we see an advanced role of youth in the labor markets. This is the aspiration of the European Union as well. They think that the green transition can solve the youth precarity problem for good. We'll see about that. But in any case, the jobs in the new transitions, they are as well characterized by a precarity, and they require extensive labor mobility. So regarding our methodology, we employed mixed methods. So this means that we used quantitative methods on 18 Eurozone coal regions with secondary data on population, sectoral specializations, gross fixed capital formations in energy productions, gross value added, the share of needs, etc., etc. And our main method of analyzing this data is the very simple location quotient index, which is the relative to the national concentration of these metrics in each region and the yearly changes. And regarding our qualitative analysis, we conducted fieldwork with interviews and questionnaires, as well as policy review and spatial data on the renewable energy sources projects. And the main findings, what we found is that we ourselves underlined the already common known result that these areas are characterized by substantial youth out-migration, but much of it depends on the production structures already in place in those areas. For example, German coal regions had a more robust economic base compared to Southern European coal regions, which means that they were more resilient to decarbonization trajectories. That the local labor control regimes are already characterized by precarity, and this precarity is reproduced as they undergo energy transitions. That the low youth employment rates and the high levels of youth inactivity are very prominent in most of those regions, and that the opportunities in new green employment jobs depend very much on the position of each regions within wider global production networks. So, for example, many Spanish regions and many German regions had more green opportunities compared to other kinds of regions, and this stemmed from their position within wider networks.
Thank you, Kostas. Okay. Yes. So following up on what Kostas said about the result on Eurozone's coal regions, here you can see the LQ index diagrams about each of the factors that we examined, and the highlighted the region in its case, it's the region of Western Macedonia in Greece. So as you can see in the top three diagrams, it's really dependent on coal mining and energy production activities. It shows a declining trend from 2009 to 2020. And in the third top diagram, you can see that in regards to employment, it's really locked in these sectors compared to the rest of the coal regions. So building on that, the local labor regime in Western Macedonia has for almost 60 to 7 decades really depends on the Public Power Corporation as its main employer. The labor market is highly polarized with a core of well-paid employees directly related to the Public Power Corporation and many precarious workers who are indirectly connected to the PPC through working for subcontractors. There's a vicious cycle between unemployment and precarious jobs. And in this context, youth is really depends on family support, mostly from their parents. But there's also the case of elder family members who support whole families with their pensions. And at the same time, it's really difficult to enter other sectors like agriculture because they need significant capital to do that. In regards to the effects of the COVID-19, besides that it disrupted the global energy supply networks and resulted in the energy crisis that we're still facing, it extended the lignite production, at least temporarily. So the energy transition is changing the energy landscape in the region. We have a rapid and unregulated expansion of renewable energy projects, mostly solar and wind farms. Also, there's the scheme of energy communities that's been really intensified after 2021. It was introduced as a means to engage locals with the production of energy and make them kind of prosumers. But they face significant challenges. They cannot enter the energy grid because it's highly saturated, and there's a prioritization of large investments. So new renewable energy projects seem that they cannot compensate the regional GVA loss because they do not produce enough income for the region. They have only a few jobs created. They're mostly temporary vacancies related to the construction period, which is around 2 years. And from the state's perspective, there's a lack of coherent employment policies. So in this situation, local communities have exhibited objections to the terms of this transition, and there have been grassroots movements against unregulated expansion of renewables, and young people are fleeing the region. In the map here, you can see the data are linked to the Cowork Observatory. You can find them there, and they show the expansion of solar installations near the mines and wind farms, mostly in the mountainous areas of the region. Here, it's just a visual representation on how the energy landscape is changing. So the last years, last 2-3 years, there have been many construction for renewable energy projects. And one thing that I should mention here is that in regards to the licensed projects, the land that is demanded is at least twice the land needed for the lignite mining. Okay, not thinking yet. So in order to conclude on that,
we can see energy transition as a socio-ecological fix, meaning that renewable energy sources act as an outlet for renewed capital accumulation. But this is done using business as usual approaches through land grabbing practices, fast track and uncoordinated lignite phase out, exclusion of local communities from the decision-making processes when energy transitions are inherently and should be inherently participatory processes. There are no alternative developmental paths, and at the same time there's a significant devaluation of labor and their organized actions. So in order to talk just about the just transition, there should be efforts for social assistance packages combined with reskilling and employment programs. Policies should focus on young people because of their significant role in this new structure of the labor market. A last comment is that workers and local communities should work on alliances on their struggles in order to become a significant factor in the shaping of the emerging energy and labor geographies. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kostas and Vasiliki. So any questions before we finish this session? Elias.
I wanted to ask if this concept of socio-ecological fixes is somehow related to the concept of spatial fixes as posed by Harvey and other Marxist scholars, etc. And if so, if it can be somehow measured. I mean, if we can measure how intense or how frequent socio-ecological fixes are by estimating how the ratio between fixed capital and variable capital changes over time.
Thank you for the question. So, yeah, theoretically they are linked. The socio-ecological fixes as a concept has been formulated like in the last 10 years. It emanates from more of a political ecology perspective and builds on David Harvey's spatial fix. But they also, the literature that surrounds this notion builds on Gramsci's theory on hegemony. Essentially, it does a step further than David Harvey had done with the spatial fix, and essentially they claim that every spatial fix is a socio-ecological fix, and they incorporate except for how the investments and capital flow is flown between different sectors and circuits of capital through integrating the notion of trying to find the word in English. I'm sorry. Like the ideological mechanisms that try to establish that and legitimize that. And in regards to low carbon transition, social acceptance is really crucial if we're going to talk about new kinds of labor structure and spatial structure. So that's for the first part of the question. For the second part, I think that trying to understand how capital moves between fossil industry and green industry is critical. And at the same time, it's not a straightforward answer, because many oil companies are trying to be re-legitimized in this new setup by having completely new departments that focus on solar and wind energy, but at the same time they continue the oil production and all of that. So it's not like we can calculate how everything is shifting towards green industries. Thank you.
One additional thing that one could do regarding measuring in a quantitative way would be as an analogy to measuring the spatial fix through finding the share of gross fixed capital formations in construction as a share of the total gross fixed capital formations plus labor expenditure. To do that, instead of by investment product, to do that by sector. That could be a proxy of that. So to see what are the gross fixed capital formations of the energy production sector within wider gross fixed capital formations. But this is not a straightforward answer, because as Vasiliki said, many brown companies are rebranding themselves as green companies.
Sorry, thanks again. So we'll wrap up this session and move on to Connor's.
Thank you very much, Elish. Thank you, Vasiliki, Kostas, Ainhoa, Adele. And now for the next part, we have Connor Judge.
Thank you, Salvas. I may actually attempt to do the surnames, so you'll be very proud of me. Okay, so this session is on the impact of alternative sectors on youth employment. We have 3 speakers. I know we're running a little bit behind time, so we'll try and make so that people don't get too hungry. First up, we have Dimitris Psarologos, who's presenting the Cowork4YOUTH Employment Observatory.
Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dimitris Psarologos, and I will present the Cowork4YOUTH Employment Observatory in its current state. Starting from what is about the observatory. The observatory is an application, is a WebGIS application based on ArcGIS Online software. Oh. Why? Okay, yeah, okay. It's supporting a full functional in any device. It contains various socioeconomic and socio-environmental data and indices that the data it shows. It covers a period from 2008 to 2020. All the data that the observatory shows can be filtered, and there is a flexibility what the user want to see. And all the data that the observatory uses are drawn from official sources such as Eurostat, or for socio-environmental indices from regulatory authority of energy, as we will see as we move on. And all the calculations are made by us, by NTUA team. Okay. Okay. The observatory is separated in three distinct tabs. The first tab shows data for all European regions and for data for all European regions. The second tab, the second main tab, focuses on the countries and the regions of the project. It is more detailed. And the last one is exclusive for the case study region with Macedonia. In the first tab on all EU regions, the users can find variables such as youth unemployment, youth inactivity, and needs. All the data are presented in rates and absolute numbers, and also in LQ index, which is an index that is measures the values in relative to national concentrations. Okay. In the second tab, sub-tab, which is a more detailed tab, users can find youth unemployment, youth unemployment, youth inactivity, youth employment and needs, which data are presented in rates, and also they can filter in per sex and per skill level. Third tab, find data for the case study region, and can move on. Okay. In the first tab of the case study region tab, the sub-tab represents data of renewable energy sources, as well as materials, energy communities per responsible chamber of concerning Florida network, and also spatial distributions of Korean land cover for periods from 2000 to 2019. And in the second sub-tab, we will find indicators, indices of water soil indices that can be filtered per year. And last but not least, in the third sub-tab, we can find an external application for Korean land cover in Western Macedonia. I think we can play, okay. Which is an application that is embedded in the observatory. It's actually a slider application, as you can see. And that's all from me. Feel free to scan the QR code and see the observatory in your mobile devices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitris. Maybe we have time for a question or two from the floor. I'll go with one. I think it's really interesting, the case study in Western Macedonia, and I'm wondering, there's very good spatial data about an area, and linking to the last presentation about an area in transition. And I was wondering, do you see a use for this in the future in terms of like doing an analysis and providing that data in a format that can be used to look at areas in transition and how that changes at a spatial level in an area?
Okay. Can you repeat the question, please?
I guess to simplify, it's a very good spatial data for a very specific area in Western Macedonia. And I guess, what do you see with the future research for this? What can it be used for, and what? Yeah, how can we expand it? Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, so for example, we are working now on, as we see, for example, for the Greenland cover data. These data are publicly from Copernicus drone, but they are published every 6 or 8 years, I think. So we are working now on estimating from satellite imagery the spatial distribution from land cover for 2023, as well as for the water and soil indices. We are also working on enriching the samples that are already shown in the observatory.
Base notion behind the observatory is the following. We are trying to, we understand that there is a connection between main land uses and economy. So if there's a connection between main land uses and economy, there's a connection between land uses and employment. And so goes on for youth employment, etc. So we focusing on Western Macedonia as a pilot study, let's say. We are trying to see how we can connect, not specifically through a very, statistically reliable indexes, but how we can somehow connect changing land uses with changing employment patterns in the region. So it's kind of a pilot study. But the first results are very interesting, although we lack sufficient data because the employment data are available at the NUTS2 scale. So we have employment data only for the region as a whole. This is a great problem for us. We are starting to understand how different parts of the region, through their different land uses, can be connected to how the employment trends are changing across different parts of the region.
Thank you. Just a comment that the region is highly marginalized in a political way, and people do not have access to this, all this data gathered in one place. So at the same time, besides the research impact and the future kind of capitalization on that, I think that it's really critical for people there and for people examining the region, because they do not have the information and they lack this connection to the governmental kind of approach. It's a really marginalized area. So yeah, we think that has a social impact as well. Thank you, Dimitris, for your presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Dimitris. If we will move on, will we? So let's give a hand to Dimitris again. And next up, we have Antigone Papageorgiou, close enough maybe, from the Institute of Urban Environment and Human Resources, who will present on the presentation of the pilot study.
Okay, now it's working. Okay, so I'm Antigone Papageorgiou. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Economic and Regional Development, where I explore issues of gender, labor, and culture. And my involvement in the Cowork4YOUTH project was the conduction of this pilot study, which is basically an advocacy, like our scope is to craft an advocacy for co-working spaces that are implementing youth employability policies and try to help them. So first, our focus was on the making and the remaking of those spaces. We wanted to understand what kind of spaces are these, because under the umbrella term co-working spaces or as collaborative workspaces, as Vasilis Avdikos most of the time is using this umbrella term, because like going to the field, we went to different spaces that they were using co-working, they were using social hub. So we really wanted to understand what kind of spaces are these spaces that are implementing youth employability policies, especially in peripheral and rural areas, or at least non-urban areas, because co-working is a relatively not that new phenomenon in big metropolis, in cities. So focusing on a little bit on what like co-working is in these peripheral areas, we went to the literature, and especially we focused on like the regional studies and the policy reports, trying to understand what was already there. And we found out that most of these studies are kind of macro studies, and they're giving us the bigger picture. So they talked a lot about like drivers of growth. They talk about all these buzzwords like innovation, hard infrastructure. They're talking about the big numbers when it comes to employment and unemployment. We also went to urban and rural scholars, and they were giving us the micro picture, like they were focusing a lot on patterns of inclusion and exclusion on a very micro scale, which was also very useful. But what was missing was studies on this meso level, because our focus was on co-working spaces. So we had this proliferation of co-working spaces in peripheral areas. We were all already familiar with the concept. My PhD was about co-working spaces in urban metropolis, and now this pilot study was about co-working spaces, but in peripheral areas. And for me, it felt that I was going to conduct research in spaces that had totally different characteristics from the ones in urban contexts. What was very interesting was that this persistence of disadvantage in peripheral areas went hand in hand with the proliferation of co-working spaces. So that was telling us something. So this advocacy study focused on these emerging actors of the meso level. So this study is about this meso level, trying to connect a little bit the bigger with the micro picture. And to address this conceptual and empirical lacuna, we use mixed methods, but primarily we conduct qualitative research with ethnographic sensibility. That means that we went to the field, we spent some time with them, we did interviews, participant observation, we followed a little bit people around, we did some shadowing. Ta-da. And now it's not moving. Doesn't really cooperate. Okay, so a few things about the methodology, our research design. So we started with Dimitris. Dimitris is doing his PhD. So I found him in January 2023, mapping all these initiatives, existing initiatives in peripheral, rural, non-urban areas. And we did together in-depth interviews with founders and project managers of these spaces in these areas of interest. So first was a scoping study. We're trying to understand what's out there. Then in around March 2023, after we picked like the case studies that we wanted to focus on, I started my qualitative fieldwork, and I visited the first case study. I spent a week, 10 days there. I did in-depth interviews, participant observation. I talked with beneficiaries, with project managers, with tutors, all of those that were involved in the implementation of this Erasmus Plus project, leadership projects, that they were targeting people who were not in employment at that time or training. Then we came back, we discussed a little bit the findings, and then we went to the third stage, the final stage of the fieldwork, of our fieldwork, and we used the second case study. So in total, we have 2 case studies, let's say 3, and I will explain. We did also interviews with beneficiaries, participant observation. We visit the places where the beneficiaries had their company shops, because there were people that they had they attended training courses offered by the co-working spaces, and then they decided to run their own businesses. And then we came back, and as a final stage, we did a small survey. Our idea was we actually wanted to enrich a little bit our findings. So thanks to Lara, who organized a 2-day event about practitioners. So we thought that it's a good idea to disseminate a survey asking them about the challenges and the difficulties they face when they implement this Erasmus Plus, these youth employability funding schemes. And I will discuss the findings of the survey with you. So going back a little bit on the debates on social infrastructure, because it's really critical to understand how I'm using this bigger concept. Because over the last few years, let's say, social infrastructure in policy and in regional studies is becoming gradually not a buzzword, but a very popular term. So it all started, I think, around 2018 when Klinenberg wrote this book and defined social infrastructure as the physical places, the organization that shape the way people interact, communicate each other, and then this communication and this interaction help them mitigate a variety of social problems, including crime, isolation, food security, climate change. And I'm laughing because I'm smiling because it's a very broad and kind of vague concept for me. But I found it useful because it describes what's happening within these spaces in peripheral areas. On a very first level, though, and I will explain why. And his argument, Klinenberg argument, was that if we invest and if we are committed to increase the quantity and the quality of social infrastructure, this can lead to social cohesion. And a specific chapter in his book talks about the education of youth and how important it is to invest in education of youth. So for me, at that time, it was very, very helpful. Then scholars from geography and regional studies popularized this concept of social infrastructure, arguing that it's very useful because it captures both the ways in which social ties, the sociality, is facilitated by infrastructural forms, and the ways in which such ties extend and reshape the capacities of citizens. So I said, okay, I'm going to use this concept. But for me, it was somehow narrow. So I found the feminist critique on the concept of social infrastructure very, very useful, because what feminists say and what Sarah Marie Hall argues is that we should abandon this very narrow understanding of infrastructure, because like the first thing that pops into our mind when we talk about infrastructure is basically hard infrastructure, right? So that's very, and this is something that is being mirrored in the governmental peripheral priorities, in policies and in investment. We should invest in infrastructure. And most of the times, like top-down policies, this is what they do. They invest in infrastructure. So this feminist critique on the concept of social infrastructure helped us to start thinking in terms of labor involved in these spaces, subjectivities involved that undertake on all these roles of community management, hosting people, and also the gender aspects of them. Because as you go to the periphery, like gender disparities and gendered aspects of this peripherality really, you need to be very aware. So we conceptualize all these spaces. I'm kind of hesitant to use co-working, and so that's why I'm saying all these spaces as social infrastructure, and we look into the material and immaterial aspect, the symbolic aspects of those spaces in peripheral areas. And we explore the gender organizational structure, who does what, their employment practices. How do they do it? I mean, how many people are employed? In which terms? Are freelancers? Are external? I mean, who are these people? And the symbolic narratives that are being reproduced in these spaces when it comes to labor, employment, good work, bad work. So I can see already some connections with what we're discussing in the previous session. And of course, we focused, because this is a pilot study, was about like the evaluation of these employability projects that are being implemented by those spaces, the impact on the individual and the organization. Yeah. So, and why gender matters? Because I want to make this point very, very, very clear. Because as you go to the peripheral areas, gender disparities, as I said, are striking. So we found that women are being thrown back to the sphere of social reproduction. We actually found out, especially that was, for me, it came as a surprise that, like, I did field work. My first case study was in the north part of Italy, and you had like young women in their 20s, early 30s, that they actually prefer to stay at home instead of going out and, I don't know, do a part-time job. They were actually prefer to stay with the family. And when they were going outside to work, they were being unofficially employed. They were doing unpaid work in the family business. Here. Okay. So another thing that we tried to do was locally sensitive research to understand the particularities of the place. So we also examined, especially in the case study of Italy, the home living patterns of the young people. And also we saw firsthand the unequal distribution of care responsibilities. Some of the findings of this qualitative stage. First of all, these spaces, these co-working spaces, hubs, makerspace really broadens the scope of what can be considered as work, because there are multiple narratives about work. What can actually do someone to find meaningful employment, a job that matters, something that it's meaningful for them, good work. Even though I'm kind of hesitant to say good work, bad work, because we should debate a little bit this concept. But for sure, in the context of peripheral areas, these spaces really broaden the scope of what can be considered as work.
And I'm moving on to the next slide, because also the self-employment and freelance work and entrepreneurial work was very empowering, very emancipating. There was like a potential, an emancipating potential to create meaningful employment for yourself. So we, on a symbolic level, the impact on the individual was significant. And going back to how we can actually advocate for this social circles of co-working, and how we can help them to actually, like, our objective was to offer recommendation how we can optimize these youth employability policies that are being implemented by these spaces, and how we can co-create mechanism of support to support a phenomenon that, as they said, like 2 days ago in this event we had at Romaggio, organized by LART, one day we're one thing and next day we might be another thing. So we see how these co-working spaces are very fluid organization. They offer different services. So how can we help them? So we asked them, we did this little survey and we focused on the challenges that we have identified when we did our fieldwork in these 2 case studies in Italy and Greece. We asked a lot of things, but I'm going to focus on this because I think this is the more, this is very insightful. So we asked them about the challenges when they were implementing during the implementation phase of this funded project. They told us that the recruitment of beneficiaries was not an issue, which was kind of not surprising, but from our fieldwork stage, we actually saw that it was very difficult for them to match what what was on the proposal and the beneficiaries that they were. For instance, they were looking for needs mothers. That was kind of tricky. There was a mismatch. But we should also give them that these places, these co-working spaces, these hubs, they are very visible in these areas. So it's a point of reference for the community. So, and people, like, and beneficiaries also told us when we were in the field that the co-working space is a very interesting place to be. I want to be seen there. So somehow, like, these spaces, they were restoring their dignity, because when you're unemployed, you're kind of stigmatized. So it makes sense that it was slightly easy for them, let's say, to implement, to find the beneficiaries. The problems, the challenges were concentrated on this project management admin phase. Because, as I said, these organizations are very fluid. And by fluidity, I mean that they're very precarious. So they don't really have the resources, the lack in resources of hiring senior people in senior positions so they can actually do project management. And they heavily rely on intern, free labor, volunteer labor, and they're used in this concept. So when it comes to admin, project management, and reporting, which is basically the same thing, they face difficulties. And also, they have these already predefined KPIs that they need to meet. And they are very... And from what I saw when I was in Italy, in this hub and make a space in the north part, they had difficulties in actually meeting the KPIs because they were like hard numbers and they couldn't meet them. But at the same time, as a qualitative researcher, I saw the huge impact, the difference that this Erasmus Plus project made to the life of the individual, for instance. But this was something that was very hard to analyze and capture in these very narrow and predefined KPIs. What was very hard for these spaces during the implementation phase was the recruitment of tutors. Even though they have access to highly qualified personnel in peripheral areas, as I said, they were freelancers, people that they were working from the co-working spaces, from these spaces, that they were they are very educated, so they could like offer this training. But at the same time, you need training. You need to get training in order to work with people from like disadvantaged groups, or to offer STEM educational training to women. So that was something that should be addressed. You need a train the trainer tutor thing. And of course, they didn't have difficulties in communicating and disseminating the project results, because they are very much connected to their local surroundings. And that's something that really differentiates these spaces from the ones you find in urban spaces. I mean, we're in Impact Hub. Impact Hub doesn't really interact with the local surroundings, but these spaces in peripheral areas, they do. Okay, so how can we formulate youth policies that will be implemented by co-working spaces? Like, what can we say about it? Like, what are our recommendations? First, something very basic and very fundamental is that we need to understand youth as a very distinct population categories with specific needs, and we need to be very committed about it. First, and secondly, we need analysis and consistent findings to achieve those goals. What do we want to achieve? What are the needs of this population that we want to help? Understanding of the resources. As I said, they're a very precarious organization. They have 1, 2 project managers and that's it. So they promise things. They participated in this proposal writing stages of like Erasmus Plus project, and they promise, but they don't really understand the resource, the capacity they have as an organization. What also that's something that really is missing in this peripheral in this space that are based in peripheral areas is that they really want to connect with other initiatives. They feel somehow not isolated, but the unicorn, like in these peripheral areas. So they need a network where they can exchange knowledge and also push for youth policies. We need to help them to establish a pool of well-trusted tutors and invest in their training mobility, as I said. They need to start learning from past experiences and talk openly about failures, actually, and challenges. They were very hesitant to open dialogue and talk about it. And develop a very sharp focus and vision for their organization if they want to establish long-term partnerships. And what else? Nothing? I think I have one final slide, and I'm going to finish the presentation. And it's about youth engagement, because there were also problems in engaging the youth and involving the youth. And what I wanted to say is that we don't we really need to include young people in the decision-making, the program design, and later on the advocacy efforts. So youth has the right to be truly engaged and become informed participants in this training, in this project. And they must be informed about what and why we do what we do and what we expect from them. And this is something that we were discussing a little bit these 2 days in Romaggio, because if you don't really involve and engage the youth from very early on, you really risk their commitment to the training, to the project. And when you don't really actively engage them, this non-participation or the superficial participation really result in their distress, disassociation, and despair from their side. And also as a final step, and this is something that was happening in one of the case studies, they really facilitate the beneficiary's growth as a leader, as someone who can actually become a tutor after. So what I be suggesting in this pilot study is that we really need to let people become advocates throughout the process, collect feedback, do exit interviews about what would have been done differently. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do any questions from the floor?
Very nice work. I would like to ask you, Antigone, you mentioned some beneficiaries. It wasn't clear to me if these beneficiaries are young people that are not in employment, or are the people working in the co-working spaces that you interviewed. Also, you mentioned several times the Erasmus Plus project. And another dimension that I think that you should perhaps elaborate a little bit more upon is the hybridization of co-working spaces. I mean, there are co-working spaces like Regus, how the name of it, which are multinationals, corporations asking for high rents, etc., etc. And there are co-working spaces like Impact Hub here, or the other ones you examined that are, let's say, more alternative, more. So perhaps this is let's say, a division line that you should incorporate into the analysis of the results, how big actors act and how small actors react.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. So far in the periphery, you don't really have these big actors. You don't really have these big co-working chains. And by chains, I mean also Impact Hub, because it's somehow a global chain. You really have these bottom-up initiatives, or you have like top-down policies, hubs and make a space that are funded by the state. And moving on to the next, to the first question you had, we found very different profiles, like different beneficiaries. In Italy, for instance, we found very educated young people that they had like a master's degree. Some of them, they were preparing a PhD application. So they were in this gap year. So going back to the needs discussion, can we consider these people as needs, high-level needs? I need your help on that. Some of them, they were working from them and from the space, but others, they were just living close by. And they heard about this Erasmus call, this Erasmus project, and they wanted to participate because they had friends that they were working from the co-working space. In the other case study, which was a social center in Mytilene, the beneficiaries were totally different because there were people not, and also that's also very tricky. What can we consider as young people? There were people that they were above 35, for instance, but they needed training, like entrepreneurial training, because they wanted to start their own business. And they benefited from this training program. So when it comes to the profiles of the beneficiaries, it's a study on its own, actually.
Hi, thank you for the interesting presentation. My question was in the course of your research, either in your PhD or in this project, you have considered the role of in between the co-working spaces as those in between liminal spaces that demonstrate the societal transition or the needs of society. And I was particularly thinking of the absence of community centers like we used to have in the villages, and how this is progressively filled with such initiatives, whereas the corporate side wishes to introduce a model of new entrepreneur where society is demonstrating through those spaces its true needs. And I was also, if this in your research in Italy, you made a comparison with the Centro Sociale, the Italian concept, and how this would mirror in more autonomous or bottom-up self-organized spaces that cover also a similar need. And also, at some point you have a comparison between co-working spaces of such formation and pop-up experiences such as Google Skills and those efforts that we normally see on the high street that sell skills. Too many questions. You can cover as many as you want now. We can discuss the next over lunch.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, these are also my thoughts. But what I found very interesting, was that in Italy, and I did fieldwork research in Schio, in this makerspace, co-working space that was somehow free of charge and always busy, and people can like do training, do their thing there. It was an open cell, and they were basically offering diverse services. And if you were a freelancer there, you knew that at some point you have to help people do stuff. So there was this culture, there was this collective subject behind this makerspace. And really people do the difference because like they were very, they have a very clear vision about the space, about their space, that it needs to be open to people and like all the different group, the groups of people. This is not the case when it comes to big cities, but this concept of openness, mutuality, all this big concept that we use here and there, like in this specific case study in Schio and also in Mytilene, in Starfish Foundation, which was my other case study, nobody really was paying a specific amount. Everything was more like informal, and there was like a mutual understanding when it comes to money. There were other rewards. So, yeah.
I just have one last question before we move on to the last speaker. Through your work, and you use different methods, qualitative methods, and linking to your survey with the practitioners and the improvement of KPIs, what qualitative methods do you think would be most applicable to improving that? Would it be like interviews, participant observation, wider ethnography, semi-structured?
I found very useful to actually combine different qualitative means and asking people again and again. And it's really insightful when you follow people around and ask them why they do what they do, because most of the times they tend to tell you what you want to hear or what they believe that you want to hear. So what I found very useful was like in-depth interviews after, and informal discussions with the people involved in this project. I was very happy that they actually came in the event Elarda organized in Romanzo, and we had the time to elaborate.
Indeed. Thank you, Antigone. And last but not least, we have Dimitris Manoukas, who's going to present on youth employment, engagement policies, collaborative workspaces, and case studies from Spain, Denmark, Italy, and Ireland.
Okay, hi, hello everyone. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you for all your support and feedback during these 2 years during my research. The partners helped me a lot, and it has been a great pleasure being a part of this project myself. So my name is Dimitris Manoukas, and I'm doing my PhD on youth policies and collaborative workspaces. So this is the agenda of today's presentation. I will be presenting the parts of my fieldwork study, of my fieldwork journey, and I will also speak a bit about my methodology and some preliminary remarks that I have concluded in that we can also discuss. So yeah. This is like my PhD research summary. The focus is to examine the qualitative impact of employment and engagement policies designed by collaborative workspaces. The context is collaborative workspaces in peripheral EU areas, addressing local issues such as brain drain and promoting social innovation. My approach, my methodological approach is qualitative. So it's going to be a qualitative analysis based on a place-based scope, considering effects on policymakers, youth, and localities. The objectives include an assessment of the methods to enhance youth employment and community engagement, and to conduct a meta-evaluation of collaborative workspaces as learning middle grounds for social and digital innovation. The scope includes public, private, and hybrid organizations, national, European, and private initiatives. So yeah, and as I said, the meta-evaluation of the policies through qualitative research is my scope, my final, what I hope to achieve, and the mapping comparison of existing policies around Europe is what is pursued as a result. The scope of my research and analysis will be framed through the interdisciplinary scientific fields of youth studies and cultural studies. As you might know, youth studies is a field that focuses on experiences, cultures, and politics of young people, and involves the examinations of youth identities, subcultures, and challenges they might face in society. And cultural studies, yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're all familiar with that as well. So cultural studies is also an interdisciplinary field that examines cultural phenomena in their societal context. So these are my research questions. So we have 4 research questions: the role of the space in youth policies, the relation between beneficiaries and space, the impact of policies on all 3 actors, beneficiaries, managers, and space, and what are the aspects of the social and digital innovation that these initiatives, these policies promote. And these are, yeah, these are the aspects of my research questions. No. There, yeah, here. So, okay. Thanks. These are the aspects of my research questions. So, yeah, you can see that when it comes to the role of the space in youth policies, I will try to focus on speciality as critical dimension for the youth, networking, sociality, preventive versus reactive policies, and bottom-up versus top-down initiatives, public versus hybrid versus private organizations. About the relation between beneficiaries and Spain, I will be focusing on communication strategies, reach out or attract in, formal versus informal approaches that take place in the collaborative workspace, inclusion and safety, co-creation and hierarchies. When it comes to impact of policies on all the actors, I will be focusing on the decentralization of implementation of set policies. I will also be doing research about, I will be analyzing the possible hybridization of the spaces and services, the effects on brain gain and retention on policies, and finally, if the beneficiaries become more employable, and if community engagement is achieved. And lastly, about social and digital innovation, I will be taking if there is promotion of remote work and digital skills, what are the roles of learning middle ground in the end, if engagement is a generic umbrella term that includes employment as well, and if the spaces and the policies promote some kind of sustainable and alternative financial paradigms and ecosystems. So, and I also try to do some generic clustering. So the first 4 are about space, identity, policy making, and community. This is, yeah, my methodology includes mapping of the spaces. Mapping of relevant cases across Europe. The methodological scope is the micro level of the individual through the space. So yeah, for example, Antigone pilot studies, it will be focusing on the meso level. So yeah, I will be mostly focusing on the micro level. My approach is also qualitative, however, so I'm doing place-based research, observation. I did observation, focus groups, interviews with managers, and interviews with beneficiaries as well. This is some literature about the collaborative workspaces. I'm sure that you are also familiar with it by now. So what I wanted to focus on is that we usually start from the practice of co-working and clustering as an organizational minimum. A co-working space can be the same workspace with a horizontal structure, a corporate space with a hierarchical structure, or a hybrid rebranded form. Next. This is also the evolution of co-working spaces is something that's a topic of discussion. So, for example, there has been a recent trend that new resilient co-working spaces are being established. So these spaces are described as resilient, actively interactive with their surroundings, and blending entrepreneurial goals with political and social activism. It's like a return back to the roots of co-working, which started as a collective effort of freelancers and creative professionals back in mid-2000s. Next, so. Yeah, my research, my methodology is following a place-based approach. So the main point of this approach is that we move from infrastructure-focused policies to leveraging local indigenous potential. And it emphasizes on the utilization of a place's unique endogenous resources for growth. So it's very contextualized. And also, I will also be discussing a lot the criticism about the liquidity of the term need. So it is important to highlight that the need category is not widely used. It's very contextualized in all EEA countries, and its applicability to freelancers and project-based work remains limited. The proposed, it's like need is a category of population statistics, not a sociological groups, and should be avoided. To refine the concept by providing a realist veneer to what is essentially a policy construct. The proposed approach will approach the concept of needs as an object of analysis and not a sociological group to be observed. And I will be doing more like, I will also be discussing the criticism regarding this liquidity. This is like the fieldwork timeline, actually like the whole timeline during my participation. So no, it's the fieldwork timeline. So yeah, as Antigone said, we started with mapping. It's been pretty intense, and as you can tell. So I visited 4 different places: one in Extremadura, in Spain, in Badajoz actually, one in Licata in Sicily, one in Aarhus. And my visit in Denmark included a 3-day visit in Swedenborg as well. And finally, a fieldwork trip in Limerick, Ireland, last October. So yeah, there is still way to go, but yeah. These are like the mapping of the spaces. That's how we ended up gathering the case studies, the mapping of the spaces. We contacted online like 30 different stakeholders of different spaces across Europe. So yeah, we don't really have to go through all of these, so we can move on. Lucia from Impact Hub Bucharest was like a great connector. So thank you for that. And yeah, Lucia was the one who connected me to Extremadura. For example, the first stop of my fieldwork. You can see how about the interviews. So yeah, Extremadura is like a landlocked autonomous community in Spain. Why I visited Extremadura? So because it has a very sparse population. It had the second lowest GDP per capita in Spain before Melilla, and that highlighted potential for development. And a long-term regional challenge has been brain drain and the need levels and youth unemployment. In Extremadura, I visited Fundesit PCTX. It's like the result of merging 2 technological institutions, creating a key body, integrating science, technology, research, and innovation in Extremadura. It's a flat dynamic organization. And yeah, I participated in different activities that took place during these 2 weeks I were there. Mostly my focus is on the RAISE program, which is an EEA funded policy that has been Extremadura and Fundesit is like a main partner. And Fundesit is an incubator, a co-working space like that, and also a technological park. And these are the places we visited. So Fundesit works on a decentralized approach. There are all 3 main Fundesit offices all over Extremadura. And from there, they reach out to this highly rural region. So we visited many villages as well. Some takeaways from Fundesit. Decentralization. Fundesit's model shows the benefits of decentralized services in a rural context. The outreach that they do, that they go to the place, they reach out to the people, to the young people in villages, it was also something that I had to highlight. Extremadura is adopting digital innovations that transform urban concepts to suit a broader regional context, and it's like a pioneer in the concept of smart region, not without criticism as well. But still, I think it's worth mentioning. And a combination of preventative and reactive approaches is needed. So that's what Fundesit does. And rural digitalization is one of their core activities as well. Next, I stayed for, unfortunately, I could not stay more. So I stayed in Sicily for 3 days in Licata, which is in the south. The NEET levels in Italy and the north-south divide are very well known. Sicily has the highest percentage of NEETs, and that's why I went there. And yeah, I visited Licata because Sicily has the highest NEET levels in Italy, and actually the Agrigento region is like the 10th highest in Italy. And out of these 10 regions with the highest NEET levels in Italy, the 7, I think, are in Sicily, or the 6, something like that. And there, my focus was Make Hub co-working, which is a co-working space in this small town, and the Rest All Suit program, which I explored the effectiveness of this national program that funds the unemployed needs actually to begin their own businesses in southern Italy, so that the government tries to tackle brain drain like this way. Make Hub serves as a vital mediator. That's what they do. Between Invitalia, which is the development agency of the Ministry of Economy for the Restaurant Suit program. They facilitate the application process. The fieldwork included a 3-day visit, so I spoke with 2 beneficiaries. And what Make Hub does the mediate to tackle, to tackle the bureaucratic issues that the beneficiaries, the needs, highlighted them as the most important and the biggest obstacles they had to deal with. They gave me contradictory views on program efficiency. The main obstacle was the national bureaucratic processes and the impersonal communication, but they highlighted also the north and south divide, and they praised the role of the co-working space as a mediator. There in Licata, this policy and the approach that the Make Hub follows and the Rest All Suit policy itself is a reactive policy focusing on immediate solutions. The role of a co-working space exemplifies the concept as a third space, and Make Hub utilizes an attraction-based policy. It brings in the space the possible beneficiaries. And next, it's Aarhus and Svendborg. I visited Aarhus in Denmark, even though to investigate the impact of youth employment and engagement strategies in a low unemployed region, exploring how Institute for X, were my hosts, fosters holistic youth development through culture, and to identify preventive measures to sustain low unemployment and address future challenges. Okay, so yeah, in Institute for X, it's a collaborative workspace established as a grassroots organization. They run the Flux program, which is a joint initiative with 2 other organizations, Public, UKOHO, which is a youth cultural center, and Flont Loberne, which is a project house and a private organization. Yeah. Okay, so they do some projects such as the Thunderdome fundraising conferences, Each One Teach One seminars, and youth engagement activities throughout the city to promote the democratization and decision-making among the youth. These are the three spaces. So from Denmark, the main takeaways have to do with youth engagement in cultural and educational activities, social integration by using creative work. They try to combat gentrification and avoid self-gentrification. It's community-centric. It's a safe space considered by all the individuals I interviewed, such as one. They also promote circular practices and circular economy for the youth. It's a bottom-up approach that's becoming legalized. And it's a decentralized approach through this Flux program that they also promote. And lastly, I also visited Svenborg, okay, but I can move to the last one. Next. It was in Limerick. So I visited Limerick because it's like also this city has a historic long-term unemployment, high unemployment, youth unemployment levels and NEET levels, reaching almost 50% during the financial crisis, I think, something like that. And it was established in 2008 as a South Hill Area Center. It was rebranded as a South Hill Hub in 2018, and the purpose is to serve community for South Hill Limerick. It offers service space and meeting rooms. So this is like its co-working aspect. I visited that because I wanted to do research on the targeted youth employability support initiative, but also there are other community engagement activities through the community cafe and the events they host. Yeah, okay. And also what I noticed is there are many different services in Limerick, public and private, that create this decentralized social service system. But compared to Denmark, this is definitely a more competitive model. And finally, the takeaways of this is that South Hill Hub as a rebrand community center has become a vital point for community engagement and support. The common space is very important for bringing together youth and local communities. The hub is part of a decentralized social services network and caters to a diverse local community, including LGBTQI people. The informality, one-to-one and outreach ensure accessible support for youth in need. And the term community in is very frequent in interviews, underscoring the central role of South Hill Hub in the local area, but has been under a very controversial regeneration program for years. Community-driven efforts reflect effective strategies in fostering youth engagement and employability. Oh, that's all. So we can move to the last slide and we can discuss based on this. This is like a first attempt for comparative remarks across all these cases. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dimitris. I will take one question, then we'll break that.
Just very quickly, and we can talk at lunch as well. I was wondering, because you said that they were encouraging entrepreneurship, whether that was something that had to do only with digital stuff, because you mentioned innovation as well.
Yeah, which one?
You talked about encouraging entrepreneurship for all of them. But on the last one, you said innovation as well as entrepreneurship. And I was wondering whether this was only digital. And,
Sure.
and you also said it was more competitive, the Irish one, than compared to the Danish one.
When I say, okay, they all encourage entrepreneurship one way or another, because for example, in Extremadura, all the young people in the villages, through the initiatives of Fundesit, they participate in creative project canvases, how to build your own company, how to be mentored by other social enterprises, this kind of entrepreneurship. In Denmark, it's like a place for creative professionals who are going through precarious phases very often. So that's also why they are freelancers usually themselves. So they try to create a sustainable model for these professionals. In Licata, in Sicily, it's entrepreneurship because that's what the project does. It funds needs to open their own businesses so that they don't leave the south. And in Limerick, in Limerick, they go through the young people, the needs in Ireland and also in Denmark. At some point, they have very low skills. So you have to start from zero in order to teach them digital skills from how to use a computer. So we have to start from that before reaching entrepreneurial skills or something. So in Extremadura, in Limerick, the South Hill Hub and promotes part-time jobs at the beginning, leadership programs, mentorship programs, and if someone, but I didn't meet any such case. So we mostly have to do with finding employment first. That's full-time, and tackling all the possible issues that have to do with full-time employment, like losing your social benefits, for example. It's a very common issue in Ireland. Yeah, and the decentralized approach in Limerick has to do with the fact that all the social service providers, I interviewed 3 more apart from South Hill Hub. They kind of compete for the same funding, which is local. Compared to Denmark, where this decentralized approach exists as well, in both cases, it has been proven kind of effective, I would say. But in Denmark, the funding is centralized the funding is more, obviously, apparently. And there is no this competition because they are funded by different ministries. That's one issue. And also Institute for X, which was this creative grassroots organization, they are they provide space. It's a profitable organization on its own. It's not public. Yeah. I'm sure you're.
So I think we should take this conversation to lunch. I'll just hand over to Savas with some logistical points.
Well, thank you, Connor, for your bravery in pronouncing the surnames. Thank you, Antigoni, and the 2 Dimitris. And just one more thing before we run down to lunch. Because some people will be leaving, they have to catch planes and that sort of thing. Can we please take a family photo now before we go down to to lunch? That's all. All right, everybody, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break and the food, had your coffee. We're ready for the next part of the conference. And I'll be leaving the floor to Nicola Vita, our partner from Exeo Lab in Italy.
Thank you so much, Savas. So I think we can start. So many inputs today. So I think it's time to sum up and to follow up with all the research finding we delivered over time, thanks to this project. So let's translate, let's put our research finding into the policy recommendations. Let's start with this promising session. Let's talk about recommendations for youth employment in a changing environment. So today we are going to speak about the recommendations on skill gap, brain drain, and training with Manolis from Rhodes Projects, and presentation of the recommendations on the alternative sectors with Sophia from Rhodes Projects. So please.
Maybe Manolis will do his and then I'll do mine.
Okay, it's up to you. Yes. Okay. You can use this one. So I'm giving you the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. First, okay. First, we'll explain a bit further the methodology that we used. Now starting from the general image, there are different. When we decided what kind of methodology we use, we ran an extensive review of the methodologies, the frameworks that are currently used. They are traditional, and there's this typology by Brown et al. Categorizing traditional, mainstream, and interpretive. We decided to work with interpretive methodology, and I will explain now why we chose to perform a narrative analysis. So. Okay. I have. So, what with the interpretive approach and the narrative analysis in particular, we are trying to see which areas of the problem are not included in the policy. I think that it skipped one because it doesn't make sense. Sorry for this. Okay. I want to
go back.
Yes. Now I think I found it. Okay, give it a minute. Okay, yes. And we start from here. So we want to see how the problem is perceived. Here in particular, we're talking about employment. Actually, we're talking about employment, and in particular about the skills gap and the brain drain. So what we are looking for is what is acknowledged as a problem here. Why the skills gap, for example, are a problem, and how this problem is approached means what different aspects this issue has, and how these are understood, and how these are understood leads to a problem statement from the side of the politician, and it's really closely connected with the solutions that are proposed. So we have, let's say, for example, with skills, which skills are important and why, which is a question of what we are talking about, actually. What kind of interventions are proposed, how we will deal with this problem, and what is the expected outcome, so why are we going to do it? But you can see here that this what and how and why progression is not a linear one. It's two directions thing. So what is the expected outcome usually drives the perception, not the perception, but drives leads to the conclusions and the proposed policies. So this is why we think it's important to okay, and apart from how the problem is perceived and which are the significant aspects, in this way it makes it much easier to discuss which areas of the problem remain unproblematic or silenced. So the policy deals with some things, but because of the concept and the way the problem is understood, some other aspects are not dealt with. But in many cases, they are supposed to be resolved. Maybe they're not totally ignored, but they are supposed to be solved like automatically. Oh, come on. All right. So why we chose the narrative analysis and not another method like a traditional method like a standard policy cycle or a quantitative approach? We have these issues that the problems that we discuss persist over time, and okay, there is an improvement. We can see it in all, or at least most of the indicators, but it's not clear if you take a closer look whether this improvement is due to the economic cycle or it's the outcome of the policies. One note here, we are discussing about the skills mismatch, and this is okay. I don't think that it is too theoretical, but I have here a reference citation. There are several papers actually discussing this subject, but indicatively there's this paper, Technical Change and the Relative Demand for Skills Labor in the United States, a historical perspective. This discusses the issue from mid-19th century. So there's also this concept of technological anxiety and how what are we doing, what skills are needed, and the low skilled and the high skilled and the overskilled. And yeah, this is a really, really long discussion. I guess it's important to have this in mind. Now, the persistence of the problems is one thing. A second thing that we use an interpretive approach here is the top-down structure of the skills policies. So here the truth is that there are European decisions, European recommendations, and all these policy documents, which actually set the framework. And this means that, you know, there is a whole approach which is totally valid of pluralistic models for policy analysis that different actors and stakeholders and have an impact on the formation of the policy. But we think that this is not, it's not that they have no influence, but this is not the most significant part. Basically, there are the EU, the Council and the Commission recommendations. There are specific targets, and the national and the regional policies are built on this. Actually, our analysis just confirmed this. This part. Sorry. So this is there is, for example, the advocacy coalition framework discussing how different actors, interact. Okay. I'm not sure if I skipped. Okay, so yeah, just mentioning the sources that we used. I'm not going through the sources, but just to mention that, yeah, the main focus, as said on the left, is is on the future. So the plans basically until 2027, which is the period of the multi-annual financial framework for EU. Some plans go up to 2030, and some other may have a shorter range, but they are still basically discussing what we are going to do. So we have the information, the knowledge from the output, from the other outputs of the project, and now we want to concentrate on what's the plan for the future. Oh, come on, this is not correct. Okay, the regions that we studied, 2 or 3 tourist-dependent and energy transition regions in each country, apart from Ireland, as explained earlier, the same logic with what Adele explained earlier. Ireland was dealt as a whole. Okay, and how we performed the analysis. Because there were too many documents, we used the keywords methodology. So we found some keywords from policy documents. We did the piloting to check that selecting these keywords is a valid choice, and then the project partners put a lot of time and effort to go through all these documents and identify the extracts and help with the process. These are the keywords that we used for different categories. We predicted unemployment as well. We included unemployment because it's a more general category, let's say. And okay, I'm not spending much time on this. What we did to identify the narratives, the steps in the methodology. Okay, first thing we did is to perform okay, this is not exactly an analysis, but basic, very basic descriptive statistics. Just a short note here. This is not something that actually gave us results and conclusions, but this helped the narrative analysis in the sense that it indicated how the issues are expressed. So now we're talking about some kind of content analysis. So the phrasing and the terminology used makes a difference, according to our approach, apparently, of narratives, makes a difference to how the problem is understood. So that's one indicative example that it's, yeah, for us an indication as well. I need to underscore this once again. So let's say in Italy, upskilling and reskilling, they came up in a certain frequency on the national level, and we see that in the regional plans they emerge less times, and or on the other hand, the term training is much more present in regions in transition, which shows a relative focus. We did this one, right? Okay, so let's move on. All right, the narratives. We have identified narratives for all countries, apparently. I will really go through very briefly on the national narratives, and we will discuss the narratives on the European level a bit more, because it summarizes better and because it would take, we would need like an hour to discuss it. And also because there are repeated themes. So, sorry, in Greece, we see that the tourism industry is recognized as a significant sector. Actually, I'd rather move to the European narratives because it will set the context. and then we can go back. So we categorize the narratives in 7 broad categories. We also preferred to break the narratives to make them as short as possible, because it would be more flexible, more easy to work with them, but still in a level of simplicity that still makes sense. So one thing, we start from the general, from the big image, is what is considered what happens with economy and labor. And here this thing is dominated, this field is dominated, actually, yes, dominated by the twin transition. So there is this discussion about the basically the digital transition and the importance of the digital transition. The digital and the green are certainly linked. Actually, the digital transition can be considered a prerequisite for a successful green transition. And so now with the digital transition, actually this is a strategic goal for EU. So this raises the subject of digital skills from a labor market issue to a political right. We have clear indications. Actually, it is clearly stated in documents. Okay, and digital skills is an investment in human capital. We'll see it. Okay, a second theme now on what is this is the first thing is the general idea. The second thing of how we design the policies. Okay, first of all, the European Union promotes evidence-based policy in all ways, and they discuss it in every document, in every recommendation. There is a question of whether discussed many times and discussed in official reviews and in academic literature and everywhere, and here as well, of about the quality of the evidence and the research that is needed. Oh, come on. I think until the presentation is over, I will have learned it. The third theme is the role of education and training. And we see there are a couple of things. Higher education should be more vocational, and this actually is true for all. It's stated often for all levels of education, and this is a long discussion and a long. I mean, it's not a new one. Early school leaving leads to unemployment, which makes sense in practice, although it might ignore some cases, and the centrality of lifelong learning and the training for developing the skills, and especially digital skills. A next step to education is regards apprenticeships, which is somehow probably the only case of subsidized employment that is promoted. Apparently, there's a good reason for this. That was not a critique. The individualized approach is something that is also very much promoted in most, if not all, of the documents. It is recognized that it has a very positive impact. It was discussed here earlier as well. another thing is the agreement between social partners and the stakeholders that the policy measures have to be designed in not only in a framework of consent, but they have to be co-designed using participatory methods. Okay, the use of common methods. This refers both to a previous narrative, which about the evidence, but also following common standards makes it easier for the labor market to be more. Better communication, better flow of information, and better function transnationally. Okay, so there is a long discussion on this. I will refer to some very central points. One thing that we saw from this is that, okay, all the terms around these are the ways that the tools and the concepts that help with the issue. And now the issue of skills, employment, and growth. This is a circle which moves in circle. Okay. The thing is that skills, okay, let's say employment and job creation, as I will discuss right after as well. Job creation, there are, sorry, let me phrase it correctly. There is a focus on the demand, on the supply side of the labor market when discussing the skills needed and the skills match. So there is no particular plans for job creation, and job creation is supposed, correctly maybe, supposed to come by growth. And skills also, looking at the supply side, skills also will lead to employment. So growth and skills lead to employment. But then skills also are expected to lead to growth, because giving people the skills, and digital skills in particular here, will lead to growth either through increased employment, which is a specific goal, and or either through entrepreneurship. So imagining, not imagining, but setting the goal of a digital economy and a digital society, it is necessary to have the skills, the digital skills, and giving the whole of the workforce and the general population the digital skills. This is supposed to create the framework and shape the environment in order, in a certain way, in order to be able to the workforce either work or venture through entrepreneurship, which will lead to growth as well. So all these are interrelated. I don't know if I said it too complicated, because I'm all right. And Susanna. Okay. So here, skills we have seen from the narratives, skills are predominantly digital skills. And this is phrased a bit better than what I said, probably. It's not only about labor market shortages, but also the way to ensure and accelerate the digital transition. So the skills that the people have do not define what is the market, do not define what the economy produce, but we are here as a projection of where we want to go. So we want digital skills, and this is the projected market need, and this is how the required skills are defined. And now the absolute correlation of skills with employment, there's this problem of focusing exclusively on the supply side of the labor market, and which means that the policies for job creation may be not that processed. And this undermines local needs and the local potential, because you don't, the general plans don't, it's like they're not giving the space for local particularities. Okay, so the recommendations. First thing first conclusion we reached is that there's certainly a need for comprehensive mapping of skills and needs on the local level, which is not happening right now. And if there are mechanisms probably more often working on the national level, and this should be promoted in advance. Discussing what is evidence is a very long discussion, which could be a session on its own. So I won't stay for long here. And smart specialization strategies beyond the digital and the knowledge-based economy. It has to do with recognizing that the focus on digital skills may conceal other sectors on the local level, which leads to developing local action plans on skills. Okay, all this would lead to this. And okay, in developing such plans, it's important to develop wide structure for effective communication and coordination among regions and localities, both in national and European level, and with the participation of stakeholders. Okay, this sounds as something logical, but we've seen, actually it is, reasonable. But the thing is how to put it in action. Effective localization of technology means that there must be developed structures and institutions that by mapping the needs and the available skills in a locality, then how a technology is adapted on a region or a locality needs to be a distinct process. Come on. Development of local ecosystems of knowledge, which has to do with this idea is present in in the EU policy and in the national texts about the cooperation between higher institutions and researchers and enterprises and maybe parts of the public sector. And this is very important, but we think that this has to be done on a local level to create hubs, let's say, or networks, support these networks in order to recognize maybe do the mapping or the processes of localizing the technology and produce, as we will discuss in the alternative sectors as well later, and Sofia will discuss about it, how knowledge is produced and how this knowledge can be implemented. Localizing VET and lifelong learning. Okay, apparently it goes with the ecosystems of knowledge and localizing the whole thing, and personalized support. Personalized support to unemployed or to employed, but to the supply side is already okay. Is not, maybe it's not happening in a good level. There is much room for improvement, but this should be furtherly developed, and also to the demand side. So, for example, there are issues such as which are okay. Governments make steps in this, and there is a design. In some cases, we've seen it in Spain. Actually, Ireland certainly does has such initiative and support. But there are issues like the companies. They don't really understand what is the digital transition and how this is happening. And with the green transition, this is much. There's a much greater gap in awareness. So this has to do with how an enterprise or how an organization in general perceives these processes. What is how are they going to do it? What is the benefits of these processes, and how they could even work on these goals with their current staff as well, leaving the creation of new employment positions aside. Okay, and channels and structures, which has to do with evidence as well here too. Decision makers, enterprises, VET providers, public employment services, higher education. There need to be channels in order to have a flow of information, in order to be able to even to do the mapping of skills needed and skills available, and to understand which are the difficulties in these processes. All right, and on brain drain. On brain drain, we have a. Sorry, we had a. This was quite a tricky subject to discuss. Okay, 3 minutes. All right. The main thing about brain drain is that we said that there's this low visibility on brain drain, so the issue is not discussed and not addressed even in the national and regional texts. This low visibility is probably because of some inherent contradictions that the principles of mobility and competition are contrary to tackling brain drain. So this is actually this, and the center periphery division is another factor, an additional factor. Okay, I'll go as fast as possible. The thing is that this low visibility and this contradiction means that, is it loading? Okay. The first thing is whether there is actually political intention to discuss and to solve the problem. Saying that there is, we need again a mapping. Actually, we need much information on assessing the problem. What are the sources of the problem and what is its impact? Because brain drain is, okay, there are some academic literature, but not that extensive and maybe not that deep. And it's more often a thing coming up in the news than actually a policy field. Okay, so we have the methods we propose is supporting remote working. Actually, let me tell you the whole idea is that the member states are competing somehow with each other for human resources as well, especially when the goals are similar. And the digital and specialized IT stuff, let's say, is a very hot issue. So remote working and practices and platform economy and sectoral ecosystems, actually developing sectoral ecosystems through platform economy, through platforms, is a way to help people work from where they live. Well, yeah, and not immigrate. But this is a thing that necessarily requires coordination among member states. One part or an idea on this could be quotas on homegrown employees as well. Okay, I hope it was clear. Okay, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Manolis. Is there any question? At the end. Okay, so let's go with the next presentation. Sophia, please, let's go with the presentation on recommendations on alternative sectors.
Sorry, I took my water with me because I'm a little bit of a fish. Okay, so let's see if I'll be able to. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. I can hear the echo. Okay. So I usually speak without PowerPoint, so I hope I'm going to make it now. Also, I'm not very artistic, as visually at least, as Manolis was. So no wonderful little growth. What was the other one? I don't remember. Growth being taken for granted that it'll lead to employment and stuff like that, which was lovely, I thought. I was jealous of that. Can we move on to the first one and the second one, please? So this is what I'm going to talk about today. The next one. Yes. So Manolis told you what we did. We took the narratives out of the policy documents, yeah, regional, national, and EU ones. And we checked how the EU ones were spilling over on the national and the regional. But at the proposal, what had been talked about was the alternative sectors of employment, which actually already talks about policy recommendations, because by the inception of those alternative sections, we wanted to see how the policy could create jobs. Yeah. So we had at the proposal level as well 3 areas of interest. Co-working, as in co-working spaces, so many colleagues talked about them, the platforms, as in platform economy, and research and development, which we haven't talked about yet, but this is our chance. So the co-working, in this framework, we're interested, I'm going to read and explain. In this framework, we're interested in the culture and politics of co-working as it was established and later developed in co-working spaces, initially cooperating spaces, as other colleagues talked about, later as spaces of entrepreneurship as well. When we talk about platforms, we examine the issues pertaining to platforms with a view to digital economy and digital society, because we saw in the narratives that this was where the EU and as a spillover, the member states wanted to take this, how should we say, society of employed people, yeah? So digital economy and digital society. And so we saw platform economy as relevant to alternative employment. Both co-working and platforms, more often than not, operate as agencies for employees, we realized. Linking employees and clients' jobs, gigs, work. And therefore, we saw them as tools, as methods for linking work with workers. Platforms that are linked with platform, yes, I talked about that. Sorry. So digital economy, digital society. Sorry, I don't think I keep that to the right distance. I'll try better. So the research and development part is an area that we contend is a process, not a tool, not a method, not an agency, but a process, yeah? And can be a process that may lead to different methods of fighting unemployment. Sorry, I should be the one using that, shouldn't I? Sorry, the bottom one? No, the other one. Which one? This one? No, the other one. No, there's something wrong. What am I doing? No. Okay. Yay, we did it. So we realized that co-working spaces and platform economy were nascent policy areas. What does that mean? That policy hasn't really touched upon them yet. Research and development, on the other hand, is a field where policy has been implemented, but not in relation with employment as we wanted it to be. So through the narratives that we used, we saw other narratives, let's say, through the keywords that we used, we saw keywords in the narratives. We saw new keywords in the narratives that we had in our hands. Yeah. So, and those keywords and those new keywords, the new narratives, they mirrored what could be done with those alternative sectors. So as all of them, here I say only co-working spaces, but for all of them, they're not policy fields, but they are fields for policy. We like this play of words. With co-working in particular, the recommendations, we thought that they are already spaces for entrepreneurship, but maybe this entrepreneurship could be more regulated so as to have to do with young people as entrepreneurs, as who was said, yes, you were talking in your presentation. We thought, and of course, we saw some of our recommendations, we saw them in your presentations when you researched and you went to those co-working spaces. But of course, we're talking about how to encourage them more. Yeah, so it was a happy coincidence, not a coincidence actually. It was a happy thing that we how do you say this? We touched upon the same things. Yeah. So we also thought that co-working spaces could be incubators for freelancers. Again, you talked about that and how this could be encouraged. When we have co-working spaces where hosting salaried employees with large companies, we thought that the origins of the concept, which comes from social cohesion, political cooperation, and communities, and its implementation can be a guide for future uses. Therefore, there can be services rendered such as training, mentoring. The person who presented the YES project, I was really interested. I thought it was really interesting that she talked about coaching, about training. She talked about mentoring, all in different ways, and setting up new businesses for the unemployed. So there could be incentives to large companies to help with that. We're going to see that later as well in research and development. A lot of those recommendations can go to all three sectors, can apply to all three sectors. And we think what is important is to safeguard those features that were especially valuable, as you showed in your presentations with your research, remote working with satellite offices, hubs for remote teams, flexibility, but only on the methods, as flexibility has been used as a term against full-time employment. We're not talking about this. Employment, social relations for freelancers and independent workers, gig economy employees who can be lonely, and they shouldn't be lonely in inverted commas, of course. So we also put together some recommendations regarding networking and job creation that have to do with co-working spaces. We think that there should be an informed mapping of the type of co-working spaces offered. Some of you touched upon that because you saw some co-working spaces that worked as community centers. Somebody else talked about co-working spaces that were entrepreneurship incentive places. So we think a mapping of how these different types can go together and maybe complement each other, and then they can actually we can see what works and what doesn't. So hybrid spaces, volunteer-run, state-sponsored spaces, we saw that yesterday. Privately owned spaces catering to visiting or permanently based professionals. We think it's a good thing to propose a series of co-working hubs devoted to specific industries and offering some know-how to visitors and clients. We saw that in your research as well. We think there should be support for the development of co-working spaces as both social and economic spaces where venture capital can be investing, but with provisions imposed by the EU and maybe even national regulations against the eradication of the social character of those places, the social and political at times. It could be political in the broad democratic notion and not in the party notion. It could be with provisions for the unemployed, mentoring schemes, as we saw in the YES project, funded parallel to the spaces offered, some sort of an implementation of NGO schemes, perhaps parallel to the entrepreneurial character of the spaces when funded by large companies. And we think that there should be connections and networking between member states and their EU-wide operation of co-working spaces. If you remember, Anigoni was talking about this need of the people in the co-working space to link themselves with others and how they felt like they were like the only example existing. As for recommendations related to training and job matching, we think that there should be community-centered spaces, specific parts of those spaces devoted to community building, operations such as talks and presentations of books with free invitations. Co-working spaces as platform for training should be encouraged, offering training programs for upskilling and reskilling. The YES program, again, was a good example of that. Co-working spaces as job matching platforms. Here we discussed, and it was a productive discussion. We talked about how the co-working spaces could be registered with the government, with the state, and advisors for work could be visiting co-working spaces or working in co-working spaces. Is that it? Yeah. So social cohesion recommendations, co-working spaces could be encouraged with specific provisions for support to new businesses, startups, providing infrastructure, mentorship, networking opportunities, as we saw in Dimitris's examples, co-working spaces that offer programs of microfinancing, targeting individuals and small businesses that operate in co-working spaces. So this registry could be informed by the government for financing options, like we have now, I think, offices that you go there and they tell you what's happening with the EU, and these are private endeavors, let's call them, but this could be to that effect, but not so private, state-sponsored, yeah? Co-working spaces as hubs for exchange of valuable information and social support for businesses and workers. Again, this exchange of good practices, not only not feeling alone, but understanding from other examples how your own business can be growing. Yes. Now, with the platforms, which is a nascent policy area, as we said, we have some sector-wide recommendations. We are aware, of course, that there are issues with the platforms forming an unfair terrain for local employment. For instance, platforms such as Airbnb, and complaints for platforms such as Uber. Yet the platform, I said it very Germanly, that one, didn't I? Apologies. That was my subconscious telling you that I know German. Pay no attention. I have forgotten whatever I knew. The platform employment can offer ways in which local businesses can reach a broader market. Yeah. We thought that there should be flexibility of platforms for both, not for both, but for all companies, employers, and agencies, an effort to make that flexibility more available to the workers themselves through remote working. Yeah. Cooperative practices serviced by the platforms. Again, you can see how co-working spaces, platforms, and then research and development, they can cooperate. Let's say they are linked. Yeah. So yeah, regulations for platforms responding to the unfair advantages platforms enjoy as unregulated, labor protections and rights, benefits, regulations for freelancers who are dependent employees, minimum wage provisions, working hours, these things. Yeah. Now, again, for platforms, we think it should be secured that there would be portability of benefits through different platforms, because think of a delivery person working for one company and then working for another. It should be sector-wide. Yeah, collective bargaining should be encouraged. Workers' organizations, feedback mechanisms, maybe online and anonymous. Transparency about requirements, payments, and risks of the workers. Oh, sorry, I don't know what that was. Yes. Again, regarding platforms, we could have training initiatives. Think of those things on Facebook that say masterclass. You could have platforms that cater to that, but without money or with money, depending on the companies. Data ownership. When we have an employee creating data, they should have some ownership of that. There could be things like quality labor signs, awarding such labels by the EU, making it socially worthy for them to have this label, as once was for the social responsibility schemes of large companies. Cooperative companies to be encouraged to be in the digital platform economy, subsidizing these efforts by the EU or by or nationwide subsidies. And this combines the social cohesion potential of the co-working spaces in their inception with the innovative potential of platforms. Okay, let's go to the third alternative sector, which is research and development. A lot of us, of course, we come from universities, so we are familiar with the research part, quite a lot. So research and development appear in the examined text in relation with national resources. It is implied in the text, and the bibliography shows that public funding for research is the main resource in the cases where the funding is patient. That was my own silly word, but bear with me. That means when it takes a long time and doesn't demand immediate results, yeah, and leads to innovation. The texts call for cooperation of the public and private sector, implying again that the development part is something that the private sector might be doing in a better way. So we do the research with public funding and we give the implementation to the private sector because they think it's going to be better. Recommendations address the issue of where funding should be offered and how much, not whether there should be investments, yeah? So let's see, this is what appears in the text. Let's see how we recommend this is tweaked. Yes. So regional recommendations. We think that local research should set strategic targets and examine if and to what extent those targets were reached and why not. So we're talking about local research, not other people coming from outside to just form a text for the EU. And now, assessment of local needs and contributions, product innovation rather than process innovation. Processes are dealt with by tourism sector workers, and we don't need jobs reduction. When we talk about product innovation rather than process innovation in research, we're talking, for instance, if we get an app where you don't need a guide, we don't need the process innovation, we need a product. It's okay to have a product which doesn't reduce jobs. This is, of course, a huge discussion. Maybe all products that are innovative enough do reduce jobs, but this is another discussion. Anyway, but we can see innovation in different ways. This is the idea behind it. Research centers in different regions, cooperation with them, or at least communication. Again, the issue of communication, of clusters, of cooperation. Regulation of the cooperation between public and private sector in financing research and development so that both the social and the innovative character of the research hubs will be preserved. So again, try and see whether the private sector doesn't only get the benefits of the research, but contributes to the research with funds as well. Now, on the national level planning, our recommendations are coordination of research and innovation in clusters, incentivization that would facilitate the spillover effect of research and development and employment. And so in view of that, policymakers can promote temporary staff exchanges between higher education and major companies and private companies, especially in regions scoring low in research and development. So you give your employee to them, but this is temporary, so that universities, for instance, are not emptied of people who do the research and do the innovation. Incentives to companies for R&D investments, retainment of R&D staff, not as temporary stuff, but as personalized job position. Again, on the national level planning, central government should refrain from interfering with R&D activities when we're talking about government and not the state, yeah, not an impersonal, but a personalized government, allowing space for higher education institution, research centers, and so that there will be support of bottom-up development with just public funding that leaves research and innovative inspiration free. Central governments may trigger the market and maximize the spillover effect of R&D by establishing the public procurement for innovative products and services. And we think that it's instrumental to the coordination and incentivization of research and development, spillover effect, the liberalization of the status of research and the researcher. The state needs to essentially acknowledge the profession of the researcher, not only as a civil servant and not only as a tax or statistical category. This requires the acknowledgement of collective bargaining rights and the status of the doctoral and postdoctoral students as dependent employees and not freelancers. Some movement towards that has been done now in Greece, but nascent, as we said before. Now, recommendations at the EU level, we think that there should be maximization of the impact of research and development and employment rates through coordination and management activities taking place in the national and regional levels. More specifically, policymakers can conduct research on the impact of research and development upon employment at regional level, produce suitable metrics and incorporate them into the regular regional innovation scoreboard applied, promote the collaboration of research and development for social cohesion through dedicated calls in the various funding calls of the European research area, networking, clustering of research infrastructures that study the spillover effect of R&D in employment. I did research, I did innovate. Did I help people get jobs, or was that reducing jobs? Yeah. Promote exchange of good practices among institutions and member states that implement research and innovation. That was it, but I wanted to end by talking a little bit, just mentioning the key issues for all alternative sectors of recommendations. We think what we need is getting to know the area better, more research, and research that is different than before, not just statistical and qualitative evaluations. Things like what you do, go there, talk with them, like what Dimitris does, go there, talk to them, live with them, yeah? Different approaches, seeing research and development as linked with the social cohesion we need to develop in the regions, the social parts, the political parts in the democratic way, they need to be there, not just numbers. Acknowledgement of the potential of research and innovation for different purposes to that of centralized power and employers' benefits. Reinvigoration of research hubs, such as higher education institutions, because of the danger of them being emptied of workers because of the absolutely called for allure of better salaries, with the danger that no one will remain to teach the future innovators. Reinvigorating the social cohesion potential of spaces, such as the co-working spaces, because of the potential of social cohesion to afford the sustainability of an employment environment. And that's it from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So are we going with, is there any questions? Or we? Okay.
We'll take all together for the discussion anyway, so we'll incorporate them in the discussion. So thank you very much.